Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Is it windy where you all are?
Very windy.
Yeah.
It wasn't this morning when I was driving in. And so I don't think it is not windy yet.
Super windy here.
Coming our way out of the north.
My brother's in the hospital in Ventura. He's doing well, but he just texted me that they're on generator.
Oh,
Power went out. I'm going to try to check that out.
oh boy.
Well, in addition to always having the sun, we frequently have wind here, so not anything different. Good morning, everybody.
Mm.
Morning.
Morning. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Sorry about the little delay. Well, I should let me put up a virtual background. You don't want
I
to see my
like it,
messy
though.
office.
Don't.
It's okay.
Actually, several of us are on the legislative committee, and we were in middle of a presentation with Senator Portantino. So I think the rest of the group will be here shortly. I see Carmen already logged in. When I left the meeting, Cheryl was just talking. So I think we'll see Margaret and Cheryl shortly.
I think we're also waiting for the clerk.
Wait, hold on a second. Why don't I have sound from you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Peggy.
There. Now I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I believe we're still waiting for the clerk. There was a little technical difficulty this morning, so we're waiting for her to log in. Oh, there she is.
Okay, perfect. I think we might be just waiting for Cheryl and Margaret, probably. I logged off to come into this one, so I know Cheryl was just asking her question just as I was clicking off. So I apologize to our first city. Which city do we have first?
Fullerton, I believe.
Fullerton, yes. So.
Hey, Mayan, I'm here for Fullerton.
Okay, hi.
Great.
Thank you. Welcome. Just give us a second. We're actually juggling between SCAG meetings this morning.
Sure, no problem.
I didn't get to ask my question. I wanted to tell them how much I hate RHNA right now, but and all the problems we're dealing with, but didn't get to. I'm here. So, oh well. Let's see. Honorable Santos, can you lead us in the pledge today?
I'll be glad to do that, Chairwoman. Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Do we have everyone?
I'm still waiting to see Imperial County and LA County.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for jumping that a little bit earlier. I thought I saw Margaret, but maybe that wasn't it. So. Yeah, because do we have the
There they are.
alternate for LA County to be here that we can start? Oh, Margaret's here.
Yeah.
Yay. Everybody's here. So with that, I will call our RHNA Appeals Board meeting to order. And we will start with Honorable Santos, who will lead us in the pledge.
Very good. Let's stand. Put your right hand on your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a great weekend. We have a very big agenda ahead of us today. I hope you had a very light reading over the weekend. And I want to keep us on track I believe we have to stop for a lunch break at 11:30 today. So we will do that. So first, I'd like to ask our clerk, Maggie, to take roll for us.
Yes, Madam Chair. Representing Imperial County, primary member Cheryl Villegas Walker.
Here.
Alternate member Luis Blancarte. Representing Los Angeles County, primary member Margaret Finley.
I am here, but I just wanted to make one point. It is a whole lot easier to Zoom from one meeting to the next than it is even to walk from one part of the SCAG room. It's pretty slick, but I'm here. Thank you.
Alternate member Rex Richardson. Representing Orange County, primary member Wendy Bucknam.
Present.
Alternate member Peggy Huang.
I'm present.
Representing Riverside County, primary member Russell Betts.
Present.
Alternate member Ray Santos.
Here.
Representing San Bernardino County, primary member Deborah Robertson.
Good morning, present.
Alternate member Larry McCallum. Representing Ventura County, primary member Carmen Ramirez.
I am here. Thank you.
Alternate member Mike Judge.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. Also want to remind board members that if you're calling in late in the future during our session, just make sure you announce yourself so we know you are here and continue our quorum. And let's see.
Madam Chair, just a point of, just a question quickly. You mentioned that we're taking a break at 11:30. How long is that break?
It'll be 30 minutes to 12.
Thank you.
Sure.
And Madam Chair, this is Deborah Robertson.
Yes.
Just want to note that I'm going to only be on from 9 to 10, and then my alternate will take the rest of the day from 10 to 3. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Glad to have you here. Moving on to public comment. We are holding this appeal hearing session telephonically and electronically, given the executive orders and public health directives limiting public gathering due to COVID-19. I would like to thank everyone for participating remotely, and detailed instructions on how to join this meeting, either by computer or by phone, have been provided in advance and also included in the agenda packet. For those who have joined the meeting by phone, please press *6 to mute and unmute your phone, and *9 to raise your hand to be recognized to speak. To reduce background noise, please ensure that your microphone is muted when not in use. And with that, I shall open the public comment period. To ensure that we provide enough time for public comments, I want to give priority for verbal comments to those who haven't submitted a written comment. As always, you can submit written comments to housing@scag.ca.gov. We have a log of those comments in our agenda, and all comments are posted online. And written comments received prior to 5 p.m. deadline Friday and not referenced in the agenda will be announced and included as part of the official record. So Hina, do we have any comments received after the 5 o'clock deadline?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Sorry, that was my phone going off on my computer.
Okay. We received 8 comments after the 5 p.m. deadline. I'll be reading those comments right now. The first comment we received was on 14th of January from Cindy Gildersleeve on public comment on filed appeal for Rancho Santa Margarita. We received another comment on January 14 from Marilyn Quinn for public comment on filed appeal for Yorba Linda. Another comment on January 14, Tiang Gang Quing for public comment on filed appeal for Yorba Linda. We received a comment on January 14, 2021, Colleen Kirtland for public comment on filed appeal for Yorba Linda. We received one comment on January 15, 2021 from City of Huntington Beach by Nicole Oak on public comment on filed appeal for City of Huntington Beach. Another comment on January 15, 2021 from Holly Osborne for RHNA methodology. We received another comment on 15 January 2021 from City of Rancho Santa Margarita by Cheryl Kuta on public comment on filed appeal for Rancho Santa Margarita. And the last comment we received was on January 15, 2021 from Public Law Center by Alexis Monderes and Richard Walker on public comment on filed appeal for Huntington Beach. And then we do have a hand raised by Holly Osborne for a verbal comment.
Thank you very much. And with that, the chair recognizes Holly Osborne. And you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. This is Holly Osborne from Redondo Beach again. I spoke this past Friday on the absolute imperative of having an accurate overall RHNA allocation and mentioned the new studies that computed a much lower RHNA requirement than 1.34 million. One of the board members summed up most succinctly our present course if we use the higher number. Quote, "We are being forced to design a city and forced to do it badly," end quote. Thank you to the board for its understanding of this issue. Today, I have some other comments. I call the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I have sat through every single one of these briefings, and there are two sets of arguments to reject appeals, which grate me every time I hear them. The first is when lawyers who want to deny appeals refer to the RHNA methodology as being, quote, preceded by more than 9 months of preparatory work, end quote. They totally ignore that significant changes were made to the methodology at the 11th hour and were not fully discussed. And they conveniently forget to report that the lopsided vote of passage was a result of 10 or 11 LA City Council members showing up for the first time to the RHNA meetings and skewing the vote. If there was no strict violation of the Brown Act, there was definitely a violation of the spirit of the RHNA process. And that is because these people that suddenly showed up had not been to the meetings where the methodology was presented. They were voting in ignorance. That to me is the more serious violation, and you have seen where it has led to a record number of appeals. The second point that grates me concerns the HQTA corridors. Those are the shaded blue areas on the maps. They follow major bus routes and extend its distance on either side. When those areas were initially discussed, I distinctly remember one saying that the blue area crossed 10 lanes of a major freeway and they did not want areas to be counted where it was absolutely impossible to build. They were assured the shaded blue would be removed. It was also mentioned that if the blue areas encompassed parks, etc., the blue would be removed. I was listening very closely because Redondo had a cemetery in the blue area. I got the set coordinates of the cemetery and sent them in, saying that the dead did not rise to vote in Redondo and asked that the cemetery area be removed. I was told that the dead would rise to ride the bus and the shaded blue area remained. Other cities have had similar problems with blue areas. The reply when they appeal has been the same. Quote, "We did not say you have to build there. You have to show that you can build elsewhere. You did not prove that." At no time during the methodology discussion was it ever indicated that if your blue area was unbuildable, you had to build elsewhere. In fact, the contrary was clearly indicated. You said that corrections to the data were a reason to appeal, but you have not allowed any adjustments to blue areas thus far. These areas should be corrected. I hope you succeed in reducing the overall RHNA, but either way, the data should be corrected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. I'm scrolling through and I don't see any more hands raised. Hina, do you see anybody on your end with the hands raised?
No more hands raised at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. For our action items, before we start, I wanted to let everyone know that staff will be moving the discussion on to the next steps of after RHNA to our last meeting, which will be in early to mid-February. SCAG staff is still polling for a quorum. Also, SCAG staff sent out a second amended public hearing notice recently to continue the 3 hearing sessions from January 15th. Today, we will hear Newport Beach on the agenda, and January 22nd, we will hear Irvine and Garden Grove. Let's see, and in case we take more than anticipated and run over, we are looking at January 25th as an overflow date, but we're still pulling for quorum. We are hearing appeals filed on 8 jurisdictions today, including the one that was continued from January 15th. An amended agenda for today's session was sent out as well as for today's session. To keep things organized, we're going to hear from appellant's presentation and staff presentations first before going into Q&A and discussion from the board. The board then will make a decision on the appeal to deny, approve, or partially approve the appeals request. And before we begin, I just want to thank so much to Vice Chair Margaret Finley for stepping in on Friday. I heard it was quite a long agenda as well in the morning, and great discussion. So thank you so much for taking care of that. And with that, we can begin with Fullerton. I need to change my screen view. Is Fullerton ready?
Yes, ma'am, we're ready.
Great, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I certainly won't use the full 5 minutes, but appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Matt Folks, and I have the privilege of being the Community and Economic Development Director here for the City of Fullerton. First, we want to state that Fullerton is committed to the supply of safe housing, ranging in cost and type, to meet all segments of the community. And although questions have been raised about the validity of the housing number identified by ECD, regardless of what that number, we know that there is a housing crisis in California, and that housing production must be significantly increased at all income levels in order to address the crisis, and that cities and county governments are essential partners in this effort. We don't disagree with the determination by SCAG in the staff report that the basis for our appeal is not one of the eligible grounds for an appeal, as stated in the SCAG appeals procedure document. Nevertheless, we thought it was imperative to raise our concern regarding about the process by which the final methodology was adopted. As you know, and as the speaker before me just stated, there was a last-minute change away from the methodology that SCAG staff had originally recommended, which offered essentially no time for cities to evaluate this alternative or its impacts. And we believe it has resulted in some unintended consequences, particularly as it respects to residual need allocations, which was the grounds for our appeal. Our hope is that as the discussion occurs on lessons learned at the end of this process, one of the topics that gets explored in more detail is the disparities created with the component of the residual need allocation. And we look at this allocation methodology process so that this doesn't occur in future cycles. We know you have a busy agenda today, and there's no need to belabor our concerns. And so we thank you for your time. That's all.
Thank you very much. Staff, I'm trying to see who, oh, and I should have told all of you, the packet starts on page 6. And Roland, are you presenting on behalf of SCAG today?
I am.
Thank you.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the response to the first question, our first concern regarding, last minute changes, we disagree with that statement. Like I and other staff members have stated in previous presentations, we firmly disagree that we are in any sort of Brown Act violation. Again, this was a 2-year process. It went through extensive review. Not in addition to the RHNA methodology, jurisdictions had multiple opportunities to revise their local input data to factor into the RHNA methodology. And so again, we disagree with that statement. Regarding the whole residual existing need, let me first start out by saying that RHNA includes 5 statutory objectives, such as increasing housing supply and mix of housing types and affordability within each region in an equitable manner, or allocating a lower proportion of housing need for income categories in jurisdictions that have a disproportionately high share in comparison to the county distribution, and affirmatively further fair housing. In pursuing these objectives, the RHNA methodology has a clear delineation to determine whether a jurisdiction may be identified as a disadvantaged community, or DAC. In our methodology, DACs, where the calculated projected and existing need is higher than the jurisdictional household growth between 2020 and 2045, are considered as having residual existing need. Therefore, residual need was then subtracted from jurisdictional need in these cases so that the maximum allocation of a DAC jurisdiction would receive is equivalent to the 2020 to 2045 household growth. Uh, Residual existing need was then tabulated by county and then redistributed within the same county to non-DAC jurisdictions. Again, this is about balancing the scales here. So the purpose of this was to further 2 of the 5 RHNA objectives: to avoid an overconcentration of lower income households where they are already located, and to affirmatively further fair housing. As described in attachment 1, the methodology makes extensive use of locally inputted data and describes data sources on how they were calculated in full detail. Further, on January 13th of 2020, the methodology was found by HCD to further the 5 statutory objectives, largely due to its use of objective factors, and as such, SCAG may not consider factors differently from one jurisdiction to another. Therefore, in accordance with the RHNA methodology and consistent with the methodology, the city was redistributed an additional 3,850 units of residual existing need based on job and transit access measures in the city. We understand that they have concerns, but we have not found any evidence of any misapplication of the RHNA methodology, and therefore we do not recommend a reduction based on this factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Rebuttal?
No, nothing. I mean, we understand the position from SCAG staff, and we understand, and we don't disagree that the application methodology was done inaccurately. And so we do have some concerns regarding how the methodology was developed. But again, looking forward to the opportunities and challenges that planning for 13,000 units in our city are going to create.
Thank you. And with that, I'll open to staff. Do you have questions, to the board members? Do you have questions for staff?
Carmen does.
Carmen?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I want to thank the planner from Fullerton for his comments. It's a pleasant way to start off. And I want to just say in general, I've been very impressed with all of the planning staff that have come and presented their case before us. I'm very impressed. And I think it bodes well for the future despite our current difficulties. I really want to ask our legal counsel about this question that was just raised about last minute changes to the methodology, et cetera, and some concern that there's been something that was sort of slipped in at the last minute and makes the whole process perhaps questionable. So is Pat on? Pat Chen?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you talk about that?
Well, this is not the forum to be challenging what happened during the methodology process. And so I know we sound like a broken record. We keep saying that again and again. The methodology process was extensive, and we went through several iterations, and the methodology was eventually adopted by SCAG. And at that point, it became final. And so that's why we are not here to revisit the methodology. And so we've kind of said that over and over again. And again, I'm sorry, we do sound like a broken record.
Well, I do appreciate that, to just reiterate it, maybe a broken record every time we start the meeting about the hearings, about what we can and can't do and what's appropriate, what's allowed to be appealed in this process. And we can't just throw everything out at this stage without some other different process. So thank you very much.
No problem.
All right, Wendy?
Thank you. So I just want to thank the city of Fullerton, my friends in Fullerton. I'm friends with several of the city council members, and you have great leadership up there and clearly great staff. And I appreciate the tone at which you approach this. So I 100% really share your concern on how the final adopted RHNA methodology was adopted. I wish I could support your appeal, but the DAC units that are being distributed are really consistent with the RHNA methodology that was approved by the Regional Council on November 7th, 2019. But as I mentioned at last Friday's RHNA appeals meeting, the proposal to distribute the DAC residual units by county and not regionally was a last minute change to the RHNA methodology. And there was no way to fully understand exactly how this revised methodology would impact each city's RHNA at the Regional Council meeting. That's where this was all being determined. So because of that last minute change, the entire Orange County delegation and some other representatives voted against this alternative methodology. But the alternate methodology was ultimately approved by the Regional Council on a 43 to 19 vote. And now here at the Appeals Board, we're required to ensure that that adopted methodology is being implemented. That is our role, including the DAC residual distribution. But with many of the appeals that we have heard to date, we are hearing the same concern as yours, and that the methodology to redistribute the DAC residual units to the affected cities is unfair, unacceptable, and is so large a number that it will be difficult, if not really impossible, to plan for. And I understand completely all your concerns that you raised in your appeal. So I just want to say that to you, because even though this is redundant for people that are sitting on here that have been through a lot of hearings, you have not been sitting. This is your appeal, and I want to show you the respect and give you the comments that I think are important to say, because I lived through the entire thing. So while I have the floor here, I just want to, with the indulgence of the chair and my board members, I did want to bring up an issue that has been really troubling me the whole weekend. And this relates to the Yorba Linda appeal that we heard last Friday, for which I voted with my fellow board members to deny the appeal. I've been hearing a lot of concerns about the whole SCS RHNA consistency issue, especially on the SCS approved policies and on where future growth should or shouldn't occur. For example, on one hand, we are supposed to focus growth in priority growth areas such as HQTAs. Yet on the other hand, we're also supposed to avoid growth in constraint areas that include floodplains, wildfire, and natural land issues. So can staff explain again how RHNA is determined to be consistent with the development pattern of the SCS, and exactly how this consistency is being applied and achieved on identified constraint areas, since this issue keeps coming up in several of the other appeals today. So I do recall hearing at Friday's meeting that RHNA and SCS consistency is achieved regionally, but it does not need to be consistent at the county or local level. And I really based my vote on that understanding. So if you could, please.
Yes, I can take that question, Council Member Bucknam.
Thank you.
So for the consistency with the SCS, the requirement is that the RHNA allocation plan has to be consistent with the development pattern of the SCS. And you are correct, the SCS, or Connect SoCal, is a regional document. And then RHNA, of course, then has other requirements as well. There's replacement need, there's vacancy adjustments. So we do have a methodology that we develop, but of course, at the end, we still want to make sure it's consistent with the development pattern of the SCS. So for this RHNA cycle, what we did was we used the growth forecast as a basis for the RHNA allocation. So this was applied to all jurisdictions. That was done through the local review process of the growth forecast. And then we took the next step to ensure that the development pattern was also achieved, was looking at the objectives and strategies for the SCS. So for example, job access and transit access. So it is correct, Yorba Linda was not assigned any need based on high quality transit areas. That's the transit access component. However, they do have a higher level of job access, which is one of the strategies of the SCS. And so based on that, this is why, so their forecasted household growth, just looking at their numbers, was 33 for the 8-year period. However, because we wanted to make sure that the development pattern that we're consistent with the development pattern of the SCS, we aligned with the strategies of job access and transit access. And so this is what was adopted for existing need for the RHNA methodology and applied equally to all jurisdictions.
Thank you for reiterating. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you. Russell, your hand's up.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the planner for Fullerton. I'm obviously doing a good job. I had a chance to drive through their city. I was lost trying to get somewhere and ended up going through Fullerton. And I was just amazed at how nice that city looks in the downtown area. I just quickly on the methodology that there was no surprise methodology introduced at their regional council. I've sat in on subcommittee meetings for RHNA for, was it 18 months, however long it was, and everything was fully vetted. Even the option that was adopted was fully discussed during those subcommittee meetings. And there was plenty of time for public input through the entire process. There was no surprise as far as I understand it. There was nothing that seemed a surprise to me when that vote came, except that anyhow. So, and then the other thing is, now that I've brought up all that about methodology, I'm hoping that when we go forward that we stick to what's germane to the specific item in front of us. And in this case, it's the appeal of Fullerton. And I understand we have some questions related to some of these other issues, but I think some of these things that are coming up are stuff for the regional council to debate and aren't really within the scope of this appeals board. And if we keep hashing these over and over again, we're going to be here till 6 o'clock tonight instead of 3. So anyhow, having taken a bunch of time to say all that, and I would just at the appropriate time, I would like to make a motion on this item.
All right, hold your horses. I actually have one specific question on the appeal. If Roland, if you can address this for me. I looked at their appeal on page 16, and they were questioning why SCAG used the tax. I'm trying to find my own notes. State law uses the American Community Survey, but SCAG uses the Community Survey as the basis for allocating a lower proportion of the housing to an income category. But that's what the statute said, but the methodology uses the Tax Credit Allocation Committee and California Tax Credit Allocation Committee index score. So the jurisdiction is claiming that that's the reason why we have, they've got as a reason for their appeal, that we're not following statute. Can you explain to us why, Government Code Section 655-84 subdivision D and 4 specifically state one method, and yet we use a different method?
I can take this one, Chair Wong. For those not as familiar with the social equity adjustment, there is a requirement that we have to use household income as a basis to then determine the 4 RHNA income categories. So it's very low all the way to above moderate. But there are other factors that look at social equity, not just income. So for the 6-cycle RHNA methodology that was adopted, what we did was we looked at the TCAC scores, California Tax Credit Allocation Committee. And TCAC scores don't just look at income, but they look at access to education attainment, access to fair housing issues, job and unemployment rates, Cal and virus screen, environmental justice issues, and then assigns a score based on access to fair housing for populations within a jurisdiction. So that was tabulated. Then we could determine for jurisdictions if they were a disadvantaged community or not, whether they hit that threshold, but how much of their population had access to higher resources, or whether or not they did not have access to resources. And the purpose of this was because of the objective to affirmatively further fair housing, which is one of the 5 main objectives for RHNA law. So I know last cycles we just looked at household income, but for this cycle, there has been a push to look at other factors besides household income to determine access to fair housing. housing. So that was used in tandem before we got to the household income allocation that is required to then determine the 4 income categories. So we started off with other factors besides household income, and then we based it on household income.
So I think I'm still trying to figure out. So did SCAG even use the American Community Survey for the income, or you did only look at TCAP?
No, our income categories are definitely done with the ACS data.
Okay, so you actually do a combination of both. And
Yes.
you used the TCAC for the other factors in order to address the RHNA factors and requirements, and then on top of that, the American Community Survey. So so it's wrong to say that SCAG didn't follow the statute. We did both.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was my only question. I don't see any other hands raised. Russell already made the motion.
Second, Imperial.
And second by Imperial. Any further discussions by the members of the board? Seeing no hands raised. Aggie, please take roll.
Yes, Madam Chair. Representing Imperial County, Cheryl Villegas Walker.
Yes.
Representing Los Angeles County, Margaret Finley.
Yes.
Representing Orange County, Wendy Bucknam.
Regretfully, yes.
Representing Riverside County, Primary Member Russell Betts.
Yes.
Representing San Bernardino County, Deborah Robertson.
Yes.
Representing Ventura County, Carmen Ramirez.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion for item 1.1 passes with 6 votes yes, 0 votes no, and 0 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to my neighbors in Fullerton, Mr. Folks. I'm always in your city in one way or another. I even drive a little corner of it just to get home. So thank you so much. Much appreciated. I see all the buildings going up, so I know you guys are doing your best. Just very sad to see the changing landscape. It feels like every time I drive through, another development is going up. So, good job over there. And I know you have a lot of challenges, and it's not that we don't recognize it, but this is what we have to work with. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Have a great day. Next up is Laguna Hills. To have staff here from Laguna Hills, and it's your agenda packet, page 34.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. You do have a raised hand by Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even look. Okay, yes, Larry.
I just wanted to let everyone know that I have arrived earlier than I thought, so Deborah could leave if she needs to.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Much appreciated for your assistance this morning or today, the entire day. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. I had noted you were going to come in at 10, so I appreciate that you can take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who do we have from Laguna Hills this morning?
Good morning, Chairman Wong. This is David Chantarangsu from the City of Laguna Hills. I'm the Community Development Director.
Welcome.
Thank you. I also have Mark Sillings with me. He's with MIG, and he's going to be assisting me in our appeal presentation this morning.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Chairman Wong, members of the Appeals Committee, for giving this opportunity to us to voice our appeal, and also like to thank SCAG staff for help guiding us through this difficult process and all the information they've been able to provide over the past 18 months. And just to give you a little bit of context, we have about 10 slides to show you, but Laguna Hills was incorporated in 1991, a relatively small city, about 6 square miles. When we incorporated, we were actually built out. Laguna Hills was developed under the jurisdiction of the County of Orange until the city incorporated. Excuse me, in terms of location, just to orient you in case you're not familiar with the area, we're located south of Irvine. Surrounding cities include Mission Viejo, Lake Forest, Laguna Niguel, and Laguna Woods, which is a retirement community. Our primary transit infrastructure is Interstate 5, which is located on our eastern border. And there are OC Metrolink stations, but they are outside of our boundaries, more than a half-mile away, located in Irvine and Laguna Niguel. So just in terms of, just to give you an idea of what we've been doing over the past few years. Mark, go ahead and go to the next slide. So we have 102 housing units within the community. We are currently working on some planned affordable housing projects where we will have additional affordable housing units that'll be under consideration. And even though our RHNA number for the past two housing element cycles was a collective of 2 units, we have been active in pursuing housing. For example, in 2012, we approved 289 moderate income units, although they're not restricted. And so we've gone above and beyond what our requirement has been for the past 2 housing element cycles. So that's a brief overview of Laguna Hills. And at this point, I would like to go ahead and turn the presentation over to Mark, and then he'll bring it back to me just for some closing comments. And thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Dave. And thank you, members of the Appeals Board. So just to summarize, Laguna Hills was allocated 1,980 affordable housing units based on 2 issues, requesting a reduction of 365 units to reduce total of what would be only 1,615 housing units. And this was based on 2 points. The first being the designation of a high quality transit area in Laguna Hills with a requested reduction of 176 housing units. And the second was regarding the redistribution of residual needs from the city of Santa Ana for another 189 housing units. Now, we recognize regarding the Santa Ana issue that you've dealt with that request from many other Orange County cities, so we won't dwell on that any more than is necessary at this point. But for the time being, let me just talk about the HQTA designation. In this case, it's involving a bus rapid transit route along the I-5 and State Route 55, which is currently under study by OCTA. And this bus rapid transit route and related HQTA do not yet exist. They've not been funded and possibly may never be approved or constructed. And from time to time, we know the fate of proposed transportation projects, some major and some minor, is that they may not ever materialize or they might be long delayed. Although we recognize it's important for the region to align transportation and land use planning, it's often difficult when investments in future housing and job centers take place, and yet the promise of the future transportation project never materializes, or as I mentioned before, is long delayed. In this instance, the study is not yet complete. We expect findings from OCTA later this spring, but it's not clear what their recommendation will actually focus on. Only there are 5 different alternatives or concepts that are being studied, only 2 of which would have the bus rapid transit route along the Laguna Hills portion of I-5. So given just that we see that this is a very speculative transportation project that may never have the opportunity to improve relationship between jobs and housing if it never materialized. It is in the OCTA vision for bus rapid transit on I-5, but it's just a vision. And it's a project that's not yet been evaluated under CEQA.
5 minutes.
Okay. Moving on, there's also something that we discovered while preparing for this appeal hearing. So that I guess constitutes new information, but we did want to share it with you this morning. And that is the fact that we recognized or realized last Friday that the HQTA boundary, or the footprint, I should say, did change. From as you can see from these 2 maps side by side, on the left is the original HQTA footprint, which was essentially on a half-mile corridor on either side of I-5, which encompassed the length of Laguna Hills. But when in the final version of the footprint, it was greatly reduced, as you can see from this slide on the right. And this basically what happened is that now the HQ2A is focused specifically on the El Toro intersection with the I-5 on what is essentially Laguna Hills Mall. And it's not really clear to us if the population figure, the HQTA population that was used in the RHNA calculator, was adjusted as a result of this greatly reduced footprint. In addition, the being focused on the, what essentially is the Laguna Hills Mall, which is one of the main, economic engines for the city of Laguna Hills, which is largely a residential community. So if the city of Laguna Hills were incentivized to build affordable housing in this area, given its proximity to a future major transit stop, that would, definitely have a significant impact on the annual revenue that is generated by that area, which is in the range of $2 to $3 million per year. So it's something that would be a financial burden for a city that's largely residential.
Okay, and you've gone over 5 minutes. Can you do a quick summary for us? Or you want to save it for rebuttal?
Why don't, Dave, do you have anything to add at this point?
Just very briefly, Chairman Wong, Mark indicated that we, just discovered the change in the map on, Friday. So, we were tracking the HQTA corridor designation, very carefully. And of course, when Connect SoCal was interrupted, by COVID, the last, check-in that we had, identified the slide that identified the corridor along the 5. So that's the reason for, the new information. So at any rate, I'd just like to thank you for your time and your consideration. And Mark and I are both here to answer any questions you might have.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Mayan doing the staff presentation or Roland?
I'll be doing it.
Okay, Roland, and then if you can include it, also the, if possible, I know it's really last minute, about the HQTA, really appreciate that.
Sure, you're sure. I'll start with the HQTA actually. So the adopted final RHNA methodology includes a component that calculates need based on jurisdiction population within an HQTA from the 2045 Connect SoCal, also known as the RTP-SCS. For the SCS and the plan purposes, HQTA is defined as a generally walkable transit village or corridor that is within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop or high quality transit corridor, HQTC. So the attached map shows the 2045 HQTA boundaries for the city of Laguna Hills, which were used in Connect SoCal. For the city of Laguna Hills, OCTA proposed I-5 bus rapid transit, BRT, via OCTA Transit Vision, which has both morning and evening headways of 15 minutes. So it qualifies right there under the HQTA definition. And according to our plan, the estimated completion year of the project is 2027. We need to clarify that freeway segments are not included in the analysis of HQTAs. Only local arterials to and from the stops are included within HQTA. So it's street and corridor based, not freeway based. We understand that there's an inherent chance that transit agencies may change future plans, but ultimately SCAG's adopted final RHNA methodology uses this 2045 HQTA in order to better align future housing with future transit rather than focusing on what exists today. And we ran into this question last time, I believe it was for San Fernando. Again, there might be delays. We haven't heard of any cancellations on our end, but again, it is accounted for in the plan. And since the RHNA, the way we allocate needs to be consistent with the plan, that is what we based it off. I can quickly go on the DACs. In pursuing RHNA objectives, the RHNA methodology identifies jurisdictions that are disadvantaged. City of Laguna Hills is not a DAC. In the methodology, DACs where the calculated projecting existing need is higher than jurisdictions' household growth between 2020 and 2045 are considered as having residual existing need. The purpose of this was to further 2 of the 5 housing objectives. We believe that the jurisdiction has not provided evidence that there was a data error or that the residual need assigned to the city was incorrectly calculated and thus we don't believe that they cannot appeal under this basis. So for this reason, we do not recommend approval of their appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any rebuttal from the city?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Wong. I indicated in my closing comments that we were tracking the HQTA corridor. It was one of the few areas where we felt that we would have the ability to influence our RHNA number. And you obviously will recall that SCAG issued a number of RHNA calculators, and there's a lot of metadata associated with that. When the I-5 HQTA corridor was identified, the RHNA calculator indicated that there were about 4,400 residents within half mile of the I-5 HQTA. And when the HQTA map changed and essentially was focused around the Laguna Hills Mall, we checked the RHNA calculator that was issued in September, which is, I believe, the final RHNA calculator, and our population didn't change. And so, there's a lot of information associated with RHNA, and so we don't believe that our population was updated. And so that's largely, that is the basis for our appeal as far as the HQTA is concerned. So that's the only rebuttal I would provide. Mark, did you have any comments?
No, I think that focuses on the key issue here for us.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so make sure I understand. So your key issue is really just with this where you put the HQTA, that before it was along the border, the map on the left. Now it's center where the mall is. And so if you were to take away the mall, you lose revenue.
Yeah, that's just to clarify. Yeah, essentially, but just to clarify, so that the mall, we're currently working on a redevelopment project for the mall, and so the figures that Mark stated were anticipated revenues from a future project.
But it was also the impact is just that the population figures in the HQTA calculator did not appear to have been adjusted from that previous HQTA footprint into the final adopted footprint. So that would perhaps have an impact on the RHNA numbers.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. I saw Carmen's hand up first and then followed by Margaret.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, and thank you for the presentation from the folks from Fullerton. My brother went to school there, so I know it a little bit. Great city. What I think I want to ask staff, what is the relevance of, and not to be redundant, but I think we have to kind of just put this in the record. What is the relevance to the city's appeal for Santa Ana's offer to accept 4,700 or so new units, which was in their materials?
Oh, well, this is Mark Sillings. I guess we were somewhat pleased when we saw that, because it seemed to dovetail with what we were proposing, that we felt that Laguna Hills and other non-DAC cities should accept their fair share of responsibility for achieving RHNA, but perhaps not to that extent. So we had basically proposed, accepting at least 50% of what had been allocated to us in that respect, with the other 50% going back to Santa Ana. So it was just recognizing that on the part of Santa Ana that they too at least were making that offer, and it seemed to dovetail with what we were proposing. But we understand that both SCAG staff and the board did not feel it was necessary to accept that. But I just wanted to acknowledge that we had noticed that synchronicity, so to speak, between what we were proposing and what Santa Ana had stated in their letter earlier.
I can see that. I understand that. I thank you. I think that's not an unreasonable response, even though we have these constraints. But I really wanted to ask staff, our SCAG staff. So apologize for confusion about, because I know why you proposed it. But I wanted to see what SCAG staff's response was to the significance. And I don't know if the Fullerton folks were on last week's hearings where we discussed the whole Santa Ana issue. So you might not have heard this.
So
Roll-
oh,
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez. So I don't have the numbers in front of me of the exact impact it would have on the city of Laguna Hills, but the concept is that their number, if the city of Santa Ana had accepted to increase their RHNA allocation in all 4 income categories, that would effectively reduce most of the jurisdictions within Orange County. So if that had happened, then the city of Laguna Hills, their RHNA allocation, the total would also be reduced. I wouldn't be able to tell you right now by how much, but it would be reduced.
But it didn't happen.
No, that's correct. It did not happen.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
This is when I said I wish we had the trading back that was available back in the 5th cycle. Then, you know, it would have made things a little bit easier. Margaret?
And this would, I think it's probably a question for Fullerton as well as our staff. Maybe people can weigh in on this. The bus rapid transit route. I guess there was, and maybe I'm just not hearing correctly, but this does not exist except in some small form. And then they talked about speculation about how this may never come into existence. And why are they supposing that it's a done deal and assigning housing units toward it? Is that kind of what, is that kind of a layman's interpretation of that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So if that's kind of just a layman's interpretation of it, doesn't that make a city want to say, you know what, we're not going to go ahead and discuss these things, because if we do, people assume it's a done deal and we're going to get dinged in one form or another for even discussing something like this.
Is that a question for staff or for Laguna Hills?
Well, you can both weigh in on it. I just think it seems preposterous that I could go ahead and say, well, I think we may go ahead and do this in our city. And then somebody grabs onto it and says, okay, we're going to go ahead and we're going to assume right now that they're going to do it. And let's go ahead and ding them for it.
I can weigh in a little bit on how some of the HGTAs are designated, especially when we do our Connect SoCal. It's important to know that kind of like the brunt of the responsibility when designating these routes is a joint effort between the CTCs and SCAG, more so than local jurisdictions. Although local jurisdiction and local input is heavily involved, the designation of certain routes and so forth, and kind of like the funding revolved around it and what's accounted for in the project list is more on the CTC side. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, and I understand there's got to be collaboration, obviously,
right,
between CTCs and cities, but it's almost, even though cities want to be open and transparent, then it seems because they have been, now they're kind of getting dinged for it.
It certainly is a conundrum. And one thing why while the city adds that there isn't any existing HQTAs, it's the adopted RHNA methodology to align with Connect SoCal that puts it out as 2045 HQTAs rather than those existing in earlier, shorter time frame. This is just to make sure it aligns with the strategies of Connect SoCal. And also the job access is also for 2045.
Okay, all right, thank you for the explanation.
I think, is it Mr. Silling? Oh, I'm sorry. How do you pronounce your last name, David?
It's Chanarong, so you can call me David.
Okay.
Okay, I just went for David because I wasn't going to butcher your last name.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm used to it. Maybe just to respond to Member Finley's comment from a more practical standpoint. I mean, we don't really plan for infrastructure that's really conceptual at this point. I think, you know, as the process unfolds, if Laguna Hills were to be assured, I guess, or have more assurances from OCTA that, you know, transit infrastructure was coming, then, you know, we would definitely, you know, consider that in our planning processes. But as Mark identified, it's very conceptual at this point. So,
all right.
That's that.
Thanks for the further explanation.
Okay, thank you. Wendy?
Thank you. So there are 3 appeals before us today that have one similar component, and that's a challenge to the RHNA that was generated by 2045 high quality transit corridors. So this issue affects the appeals of Laguna Hills, Huntington Beach, and La Palma. And a similar issue also came up with several of the RHNA appeals in Los Angeles County as well. So which were actually mentioned, just one mentioned a moment ago. Due to the many issues that were raised by the appellants on this issue and questions that I had on my end, I asked if an OCTA representative could be available for today's meeting to respond to questions from the board. And this was unfortunately really short notice for OCTA scheduling, and they did regret they could not be here at the meeting. So basically, but what happened was my staff was able to discuss some of the my higher order questions with OCTA staff yesterday. And I wanted to take this opportunity to share OCTA's responses with you. So OCTA also advised that they talked with SCAG staff last Friday on this issue of the RTP and RHNA. So bottom line, OCTA states that it provides long-range planning assumptions for freeways, arterials, and transit networks to SCAG, and they, as they do with every regional transportation plan cycle. However, OCTA stated that SCAG did not inform OCTA that its 2045 transit assumptions would directly impact the RHNA that local jurisdictions would receive. So what OCTA provides to SCAG are really assumptions. And unfortunately, SCAG used OCTA's 2045 assumptions as commitments. So, and they assigned RHNA to jurisdictions as a result of these commitments and I'm saying commitments in Orange County, in quotes. And that was done without OCTA's knowledge and support. So based on this verbal conversation between my staff and OCTA staff in a summary email that was received yesterday from OCTA, I believe that the concern raised by the city of Laguna Hills, which are neighbors, and I'm very, very knowledgeable of the situation they discuss. I'm in Laguna Hills probably every other day. So this is something that I'm paying attention to, just like all of you paid attention to things that were nearby up in LA. And Carmen, I know you're very familiar with a lot of areas. And so I'm affording the same thing here. So, so I do believe that this is something that is appropriate, and and I believe an OCTA email may have been received. If not, I'll make sure you get it. So when all the discussions and deliberations on this item are concluded, I'm going to be ready to make a motion to support the city of Laguna Hills partial request that its HQTA RHNA of 176 units be removed, telling cities that they need zone and build RHNA units by 2029 based on something that may or may not happen in 25 years from now, is really, that's a reason I'm doing it. So, I mean, these are part of the reasons that we have major traffic issues too. So, and that I personally experience. So with that, I will, if staff can confirm if they have received that email, that would be terrific.
Okay. Wendy, Wendy, are we we must be talking to each other through Zoom, because I have the same question after reading all of the appeals today, and actually from Friday and coming up on Thursday, is that I was wondering if OCTA knew that their information was being used for RHNA, whether or not staff had informed them that, because it just seems that that's a constant issue that's been raised in all the Orange County appeals, but you just provided that answer, so I really appreciate it. Mayan or Roland, did you receive the email Wendy was referring to?
I don't have any record of it. I was looking through my inbox and also the Housing at Skag inbox, and so far I haven't found anything.
Okay, Wendy, if you don't mind resending that. I saw Carmen's hand up first and then Margaret.
Let's see. I just
Yes, I have Pat. Yes.
That's, I wanted to ask Pat to weigh in on this information coming to us.
That's exactly why I wanted to comment here. All of this evidence that member Bucknam is bringing in is not evidence that has been presented to staff or the board by the appellant or staff. And so it's a bit outside the scope of the appeals, and I'm concerned that we're getting into challenging the methodology. It seems like a fine line. I'd like staff to opine on that issue as to whether or not the HQTA methodology is being challenged with the evidence that that is being presented by Wendy.
So I haven't seen the email yet, but it is our RHNA methodology as adopted would use information directly from the Connect SoCal plan. So any deviation from that would, I mean, it would be, I guess, outside the adopted methodology in that case.
So I guess it's two prongs. One is this evidence seems to be outside of what was presented to the board in the quote unquote filed appeals. And the second prong of it is the relevancy to the appeals themselves and whether or not it goes to the methodology versus application of the methodology.
Okay. Are you looking for staff?
Sorry, the staff is sending it over.
Okay. Margaret, you have your hand up and we'll come back to this.
Okay. All right. So how many cities altogether have this same sort of, you said 3, Wendy?
3 in Orange County, 3 in Orange County, and then there were, I don't ask me to quote the ones from LA that had that would have a similar situation.
And Chino Hills comes to mind as well.
Okay. So given a situation like that, then in Orange County, what number would have to be redistributed amongst all of the cities in Orange County?
I think we have to go back and look at how they did it in terms of HQTA. I think, like, for example, I think Huntington Beach is asking for 1,000 reduction based on HQTA. And they, I mean, talk about giving you evidence. I mean, when we're ready to take that on, I mean, if you look at your agenda packet, they sent you the entire OCTA report.
Yeah.
And which was really helpful. Actually, I used it as a reference for a lot of these challenges. And Wendy brought up a lot of those questions. But we have, I mean, I think this is where I would say that, you know, transportation and housing didn't talk to each other. I don't think any of the transportation authorities recognize that, you know, when they were talking to CTC, that RHNA would be a part of this conversation. You would think they should know, and it's logical, You can't put transit somewhere where, you know, no homes or have access to it or easy access to it. It just kind of doesn't make sense. But at the same time, I think it's problematic when we use, you know, these type of data and the uncertainties of those data for planning. What if we built a whole bunch of houses along what is perceived as HQTA today, and then they shift the category, shift where they want to build it, and then you again will be faced with the same problem. We don't have homes near transit, so that would be the problem. I guess Margaret asked a great question about the CTC and SCAG. Because I think, Roland, you mentioned that the designation is done by HQTA, of HQTA is done by CTC and SCAG. So where's the local jurisdiction in all this? If the city doesn't even know that it's not part of the conversation and they don't get a chance to object to it, what happens?
Well,
Are we just using it? We're basically using transit against the city, or not against the city, on calculating RHNA. But if they were never part of the conversation, what are we doing?
Okay. Let me provide some clarification. So there's no meetings between CTCs and SCAG per se as to, oh, this is HQTA, this isn't. HQTA definition for our planning purposes is obviously more developed by SCAG, and we follow a variety of guidelines from the state, from Caltrans, and so forth. The information that we use to kind of determine what is the HQTA, TPA, or whatever is based on the information provided to CTCs. Further, local jurisdictions are given an opportunity through the local input process, through the public review process, and so forth, whether it's the public review of the plan or even the EIR itself, to weigh in and to ask for adjustments. Further, we also had a 120-day delay prior to adopting Connect SoCal. So while that focused on more on the entitlement issue and other data, they still had an opportunity to weigh in on that factor as well too. And based on our records, and we checked with our transit department and our GIS department, we haven't seen any sort of modifications requested by the city itself, nor did we see anything from OCTA. Further, while not directly, I'd like to put add a comment to a previous discussion on the application of the methodology and how we use HQTAs to figure out certain numbers. I understand that a lot of cities in the Orange County are facing this issue, but I just want to state that we applied our methodology uniformly across all jurisdictions, whether it's the 3 or 4 cities in the OC and the cities within LA County as well too. And yet San Fernando and Chino Hills were denied their appeals based on our uniform approach. So I just felt like we need to put that out there as well too. And so that's pretty much all I have to say regarding that as well.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Even though we do
Yeah,
uniform, but we also have to look at, each city.
Mhm.
I mean, we are not going to do a broad stroke, and that would
Right.
be fair to all these cities. We still have to look at the individual cases. So before I go on, I have a lot of questions on this, so I'm going to refrain from taking up more time until later. So Larry, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we did SCSs and we combined it with the RTP, jurisdictions and everyone were using different numbers for transportation because they wanted transportation dollars, and then they used different numbers for housing because they didn't want the housing. And one of the purposes and reasons that the SCS was coordinated with the RTP was to make sure that both transportation and housing were using the same information. And I believe if we granted this appeal, we would cause an inconsistency with the RTP SCS. And I think it's important that we not do that. We need to show consistency. Therefore, if the motion goes forward, I would vote against it. Thank you.
I would say that for inconsistency, Larry, that we have heard several times throughout the appeals is that SES RTP can always be adjusted. But here we're faced with RHNA that cannot be adjusted. So even if there are inconsistency, because and it's also in today's packet somewhere that, because the projection for RTP SES goes all the way out to 2045, it can always be adjusted to make sure that it works. So for that, for those stated reasons that SCAG has always stated those reasons, I would respectfully disagree in terms of, if anything happens today, it would make RTP SES inconsistent with RHNA. I'm just concerned here that, it's kind of like what Deborah had said about Chino Hills, bad data, garbage in and garbage out. I mean, if we have data here that is not, correct, or even and I want to stick to the jurisdiction for Laguna Hills, if you have a change in HQTA, then, I mean, is what we're using even correct in terms of application for this particular jurisdiction, number one. And number two, I disagree with that. This is, in terms of what Pat had brought up earlier, whether this is an attack on the methodology or the application of it and whether it's relevant. I think it's really relevant from my perspective, because from what I see is it's not so much as a methodology, but I think it's the data input. And if the data being inputted into the methodology is wrong, then we're going to have wrong results. So I tend to think that it's not an attack on methodology. I think it's more of the data. I think the problem is that if, and I'm saying this from someone who just sat through 3 years in transportation with TCA, where we were looking in conjunction with OCTA on 22 routes going through for South County mobility in Orange County. And the final route after 3 years was not any of the 22 that was originally on the map. And that's after 3 years and hundreds of $1,000s spent on a lot of studies on 22 routes to come up with a route that is not even on the map. And that's how you shift it so quickly in 3 years that have, so I'm kind of concerned if we're using assumptions on projected needs, how does that couple with existing needs and numbers for HQTA? So I think that if OCTA is not done with their study, I think that, and I'm looking at only Laguna Hills because that's not true for the other jurisdictions where, perhaps they have a study or don't have a study, or even for Chino Hills, actually a cancellation of an entire line, bus line. But yeah, we're still using that data after they've already canceled it. It concerns me quite a bit that we're using something that's not, a correct data. That's where I am. Russell.
I wanted to say that Larry raises a real interesting and good point. If you're in a city advocating for your residents for a bus line that has stops every 15 minutes, you're thinking, okay, that's real good for my residents. Let's push for that. But then on the other side, you realize that when RHNA comes along, now that puts you into high quality transit area. And you could have some, considerations there. I'd be interested to find out what Laguna Hills has been doing regarding pushing for the better transportation in their city, or if everything's been consistent. But more to the point is, sounds to me like this conversation is going to open up, if it goes the way that's being proposed, we're going to go back now and open up 2 past cities and then everything else. And maybe the result is tell the regional council, hi, sorry, go back, start all over. I'd love to hear what staff has to say about where this will go in relation to every appeal that's coming along and every one that we've already heard, and if we now got to go back and reopen up a bunch of stuff. So, and I think Larry's point is exactly correct, that this is brought in to provide consistency, and this goes to the methodology that was adopted for the purpose of making sure it is consistent.
If
Carmen? Oh, Mayan, you want to answer that before I call on Carmen?
Sure. Or if I can answer Councilmember Betts's question about how this would affect others. What we do need, at least for consistency, is to show that the data itself is incorrect. So far, we haven't received evidence that the HQTA has changed, at least from OCTA. The email, thank you, Council or Mayor Bucknam, for sending that. But I think the only conclusion made by OCTA staff was that they were unaware that the use of 2045 network assumptions were part of the RHNA allocation process. But we haven't received any word that the HQTAs themselves or their locations are incorrect. And I know the map was presented earlier by the city, but we're looking at what was included directly in the RTP, which is what the methodology requires us to go off of. And it has an ID 2160008. And this is why it was included. So we're not seeing any evidence that that itself is incorrect as applied by the methodology. So going back to the question about how this would affect others, we would need evidence that the methodology was incorrectly applied, or that there's data that was not supposed to be in there that was included. We do update our RTP every 4 years. So anything that updates for this would be included in the next RTP cycle, which I believe staff is already starting to develop. It is a multi-year process, but at least for RHNA, we use what was adopted for the latest Connect SoCal plan.
Thank you. And then, I mean, and I think that would be, goes to what I was saying, that if today, you know, you find it somehow becomes inconsistent just for Laguna's purposes, then it would be modified still for the next RTP, which is coming up within 4 years, but that's shorter than what the RHNA cycle is. RHNA is going for 8 years, so you don't get a chance to modify your RHNA or have a brand new RHNA cycle until 8 years from now, whereas your RTP will be adjusted in 4 years if there were any consistency. I'm correct, or I'm totally off about what you got?
We would revisit that in the next RHNA cycle. It's the way that the cycles are set up. So every other RTP will have a RHNA.
Okay. So you can always adjust your RTP in 4 years. Carmen and then Wendy.
Just very quickly, I'm going to agree with Larry and Russell about this. Kind of upsetting the apple cart. Yeah, I think it goes into the pile of lessons learned and things we need to do in the future, but I am very concerned that we're going out of bounds here on the appeal process and could cause major issues. So I would vote no on Wendy's motion. Sorry, Wendy.
Wendy?
Thank you. I thank you for all the interaction. I raise this because I think that there is a process that and a clear communication that can be improved in the future as to what projections and plans, difference between assumptions and commitments that we need to share the next 4 years around, so that these transportation entities understand what these how serious these numbers are going to impact housing as well. I mean, I realize that probably what's happening in 2045 is not going to impact funding. So they probably weren't thinking of funding on one side, and on the other, I don't think it was OCTA, not Laguna Hills. So I want to be very clear that I was speaking about information from OCTA, not Laguna Hills saying one thing on one side and the other. I think that's an unfair thing to characterize Laguna Hills as doing, because that's not what they did. So that being said, I know it looks like there was I'd like to hear from the gentleman from Laguna Hills. I saw you had your hand raised, and I know there was a reference to what I just said, and I'd like to hear your response to that, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mayor Wong. So we meet regularly with OCTA staff and discuss potential transportation projects. So recently, we've been working with OCTA on the El Toro interchange project on the 5, which is a major point of congestion in South Orange County. And we do discuss conceptual transportation projects. You know, OCTA goes through a very rigorous public participation process. They include the cities. And the difficulty is, as you stated, is, you know, trying to plan land use around a project that, you know, might be 20, 25, 30 years, you know, out on the horizon. But so in terms of addressing Mr. Betts's comments, you know, we regularly engage with OCTA. And as I referenced earlier, you know, when we believe infrastructure is coming, you know, that's really more the appropriate time to begin planning for that, whether it's, you know, commercial, you know, residential, you know, what have you. And if I could just take a moment to maybe comment on Ms. Johnson's information, you know, we're not opposing the location or objecting to the location of the high quality transit. What we're saying is, when the location, you know, was revised from along, you know, Interstate 5, the population data, you know, didn't change. The population around the Laguna Hills Mall area, you know, is probably a quarter of that that's indicated in the RHNA calculator. And so that didn't change when the footprint was changed. So that's our point. But we do regularly plan with OCTA. We recognize them as our, you know, transit partner, and it's difficult to plan for infrastructure or plan land use around infrastructure when it's, like I said, 20, 30 years out. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go ahead, if appropriate, I'd like to make my motion that City of Laguna Hills receive their request to receive, a partial request that its HQTA RHNA of 176 units be removed. I'd like to make that motion, and I understand if I don't get support, but I want to make it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oop. Larry, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, my comments were meant to provide some historical background and had nothing to do with the city's appeal, and was not meant to or directed towards them.
Thank you, Larry. I actually really appreciate that. I think that's great having you and Cheryl and Margaret here, given that you have history for past RHNA cycles and transportation and a lot of historical knowledge, and really appreciate that. It's always very helpful. I think that I do want to say that, you know, when we look at these appeals, we also have to look at individual cities, even though we think regionally. And the question before you is whether or not for this particular jurisdiction, that partial reduction is, you know, available or for consideration. It won't necessarily disrupt other jurisdiction in the sense that it's really dependent on what is raised, and this is what they've raised versus what other jurisdiction may have raised. Margaret?
It's, again, to me, it's very disturbing to see all of this. What I'd really like to do is get rid of all these extra units and not have them dispersed amongst the other cities in Orange County. That would be ideal. But given that is not going to happen, and Wendy, honestly, thank you. With all due respect, I will go ahead and provide a substitute motion, and that would be to deny the appeal. And it's, like I said, it's very upsetting, but nevertheless.
Margaret, so you know, if you do partial, if we in any of these appeals, if we grant them or partially grant them, the numbers do not get redistributed in the county. It gets redistributed for the entire region.
Okay.
So it's 176 would be back to the entire SCAG region. I just want to make sure because I think last time I said it backwards. So I hope I got it right this time.
Unless it's a specific finding, if you're changing a specific jurisdiction's allocation, generally this would go back to the region if it's under 94,000 total.
Okay, and then this would mean, this would kind of open up this Pandora's box for the other cities. Is that right?
I don't know if it would. I mean, they're bringing up specific issues to their jurisdiction. I like to, it's sort of like when we look at appeals in law. I mean, we look at just fact specific for that appeals and not necessarily for the, how it'll affect the entire state. And so here it's just fact specific for Laguna Hills. I don't know how it'll play out for the other ones.
Okay, and how would that Mayan or Roland or even Wendy go ahead and answer that for the other cities that are within Orange County?
I'm going to let staff, but I would say that just point of clarification, point of order. I didn't receive a second on my motion. So how could a substitute motion be offered? Just out of curiosity. I would say my motion failed. I mean, Madam Chair, you call it. You're running the meeting.
I haven't moved to that part. I was just waiting for all the questions to be answered before we moved on, although we tend to have this tendency to mix the two together. But I really just wanted to stick to questions for the staff before I moved on to the board comments for
Right, well, then I'll withdraw what my motion was.
So, I mean, I don't know if questions were answered. I know Russell has, Cheryl, and also Cheryl, I'll let you go first. And just for questions for staff before we moved on to comments and motions.
Well, so Peggy, I appreciate both you and Carmen being attorneys and recognizing that we do look on a case-by-case basis with regard to facts, but there's also whatever that legal principle is, was it stare decisis or whatever, that you have to, once you've set a precedent in a particular case, you follow that, as that has set kind of the boundaries for decisions going forward. And my concern, and what I would like staff to clarify, because I really do feel that this would create inconsistency, that this appeals board in our decisions in other cases, even though it is a unique set of facts, I still believe that it could potentially open the door for other jurisdictions to comment that there is an inconsistency. So I'd like that clarified, please.
If I may, without evidence that an HQTA population has changed in this particular case, we would be granting one that could be inconsistent with past findings or potential future findings unless there's evidence presented to support why this particular reduction is taking place.
Okay, hope that answered your question, Cheryl. Russell?
Yeah, just quickly to that, it was understood, Mayan pointed out that all they said was they weren't aware of it. They didn't say they were going to change the HQTA routes or what was relied on. Second, I wanted to raise a point of order that which Wendy already covered, that we didn't have a second to her motion. So at any time that it's chair deems it appropriate, I would like to make a motion to deny the appeal and uphold staff's recommendation.
Second that.
You guys always jump the gun on me before I get to the board comments. Can you hold it? I don't want to confuse anybody. I want to make sure all the questions are are answered and before we move on. So with that, I don't see any more hands, but you guys are quick. So with that, I know Wendy previously made a motion and it failed without a second. So we have Russell who made a motion and seconded by Carmen. So I don't see any more hands raised. So I appreciate it. Next time, if you guys can just wait for me, please take roll, Maggie.
Imperial County Cheryl Vegas Walker.
Deny the appeal. So I'm assuming that's in support of the motion. Just for clarity.
Staff's recommendation.
Staff's
Los Angeles County, Margaret Finley.
Yes.
Orange County, Wendy Bucknam.
No.
Riverside County, Russell Betts.
Yes.
San Bernardino County, Larry McCallan.
Yes.
Ventura County, Carmen Ramirez.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes for, 5 votes yes, 1 vote no, 0 abstentions.
Thank you very much. I think this is where I would say to the city, I would fight tooth and nail with OCTA and CTC at this point, because it's going to cause a problem in the future for you and for all RHNA purposes when we look at transportation as we try to align, and I would say that's for all the jurisdiction, as we try to align RHNA housing production next to transit. You should be very, very active on your OCTA or any of your transportation authority, and as well as CTC, because it'll come back in this arena. And we'll have problems, because I note, and I'll say this, transportation authorities is fighting for every dollar. So they will put in things just so they can get some dollars allocated, but not recognizing that it does hurt cities in their housing productions or planning, really. Where do you actually build? Because if they pull those routes out and you just build a whole bunch of stuff, buildings there, you just built for nobody to have access. That's going to be a huge problem. And I suspect that's going to happen, especially Chino Hills has always been on my mind. Bad data, council route, and we're still telling them to build because they have a HQTA. So thank you very much. Laguna Hills, much appreciated. Thank you for starting our morning with a spirited discussion.
Thank you.
With that, we have Fountain Valley, which is on page, 59 of your agenda packet. And do we have staff here from Fountain Valley?
Yes, you do. Ryan James, the Planning and Building Director.
Welcome, Mr. James. You have 5 minutes, so please keep track of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. First, want to thank you for the opportunity. I do want to state that we understand the position of the appeals board and SCAG staff. This regional allocation has put us all in a really terrible position. So our appeal stems from what the results of the city's RHNA allocation will be in Fountain Valley. We're in the midst of a comprehensive general plan update, and we have looked at where the city can and cannot support new housing. We've explored all options: upzoning, rezoning, repurposed sites, ADUs, hotel conversions, church conversions. So what I'm going to present to you are the results of that analysis. And the bottom line is we can theoretically accommodate the RHNA allocation, but because it's so unreasonable, it's our belief that by doing so, multifamily housing will not actually be built. So first, I know this is redundant, but the methodology that we worked so hard with SCAG staff on was changed from their recommendation at the last moment, and that change did not comply with the requirements for a transparent and open process. That's resulted in the RHNA allocation that we're appealing. We believe that the allocation that existed on November 6, 2019 was developed in an open process, and we think that's the appropriate allocation that's appropriate for Fountain Valley. And just so you see on the screen there, in the span of one meeting, the revised methodology increased our RHNA allocation from 1,372 units to 4,827 units. And our current allocation is 358 units. So first, SCAG failed to consider the availability of suitable land when applying the methodology. And those were reflected in the draft allocation that existed on November 6, 2019. As I mentioned, we're in the middle of a general plan update. We've looked at all our potential sites. We've even interviewed the property owners of those sites. We're looking at extraordinary land use measures, more than doubling allowable densities, both vacant and non-vacant land. We are in the midst of exhausting our ADU potential with the state. So this is our site analysis, what we provided to SCAG staff. We have 114 acres of suitable sites. Given our RHNA allocation that includes 239 affordable units, we have no option but to require that those affordable units come from the market housing development. So we're going to need to adopt an inclusionary ordinance with the maximum amount that we're allowed to maximum amount of affordable housing that we're allowed to require, which is 15%. So just doing the math, we're going to need to accommodate 13,593
2 minutes
units
left.
to get us to the affordable housing requirement. That means we have an average density of 119 dwelling units on those 114 acres. We don't have an option to relocate those anywhere else. So we're going to have to mandate a minimum density of 119 dwelling units an acre and 15% affordable on those sites. So that's not market driven. There's no evidence that developers are seeking to develop anywhere near that density. And so we can demonstrate a theoretical capacity of 2,476 units on our sites. But since we can't mandate that those sites develop at 44% affordable each one, we're going to be forced to mandate that minimum density. And so that theoretical capacity is not achievable, and we argue is going to prevent multiple family housing production, actually. So a reduction in density is going to better serve our goals, the goals of actually achieving affordable housing. In terms of affirmatively further fair housing, government codes prohibits discrimination through land use practices. We think this RHNA is going to force approximately 6,100 lower income residents onto 8 sites. It's going to create a segregated living pattern where one does not currently exist. The methodology assumed a replacement need of 21 units. This was based on an incomplete replacement needs survey that did not correctly report that all the units that were demolished between 2009 and 2017 were actually replaced. And finally, I know you've discussed this, but the impacts of COVID really shouldn't be ignored. We don't know if residential or business investment will lag for years. We don't know if those impacts will be short or long term. It's just unrealistic to expect unprecedented housing growth during that pandemic. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. James. Staff, who will be taking this one? Roland, is that you again?
It's me again. Okay.
Thank you.
So again, regarding proper noticing and whether or not there was ample time for the methodology, again, it's SCAG's position that there was proper noticing and proper time for the RHNA methodology. For example, we had approximately 14 letters that acknowledged that data was available made to the public. There was an extensive local input process, not only at the start of the RHNA development, but in addition to the Connect SoCal development. So again, we think that we took the necessary steps to get to the approved methodology that was ultimately adopted by the regional council. Regarding available land, and as stated in the government code and echoed by HCD's comment letter, available land suitable for urban development or conversion to residential use is not restricted to vacant sites and communities that view themselves as built out, and they must plan for housing through means such as rezoning commercial areas as mixed use areas and upzoning non-vacant land. Further, they are not allowed to be limited to current zoning and ordinance practices. Again, we think that the city can and should consider other opportunities for development. This obviously includes the availability of underutilized land, opportunities for infill, increased density, alternative zoning, and other factors as well. Again, it's not our opinion that the city has demonstrated that they are precluding from finding these sites. Additionally, other challenges outlined by the city, such as the cost of development, are not a basis of appeal. Regarding affirmatively furthering fair housing, we recognize that HCD's regional target for affordable units in particular can be especially difficult given the challenges inherent in promoting and financing affordable development. However, based on our social equity adjustment, which we believe was properly applied, Fountain Valley's share of units by income, which is shown in the staff report, is comparable to SCAG's regional share. The government code states that affirmatively furthering fair housing means taking meaningful actions that, taken together, address significant disparities in housing needs and in access to opportunity, replacing segregated living patterns with truly integrated and balanced living patterns, transforming racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty into areas of opportunity, and fostering and maintaining compliance with civil rights and fair housing laws. The key word in the statute here is access to opportunity, which is included in SCAG's methodology through the use of opportunity scores. Fountain Valley compares positively to the region with 12.3% of residents living in low and very low opportunity areas compared to an average across SCAG regions of 30%, and 67% of residents living in high and very high opportunity areas compared to an average across SCAG jurisdictions of 49%. The opportunity measures suggest that Fountain Valley compares adequately or favorably to the region, and as such, affordable housing in Fountain Valley would increase region-wide access to opportunity. Regarding COVID-19, obviously, we do not think that it is something to be completely dismissed. There's a lot of loss of life. However, based on our studies during the Connect SoCal delay process, we found that on a regional and on a housing perspective, not on a health perspective, that there are, while there might be short-term impacts, long-term impacts, we believe will eventually bounce. The economy will essentially eventually bounce back and return to normal again. Further, we've seen no indication that housing demand has diminished. Housing prices, if anything, have increased during COVID-19. And so for those reasons, we recommend a denial of their appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. James, do you have a rebuttal?
Yeah, I'd like to address the staff report and comments. Contrary to staff's opinion, Fountain Valley did examine all options and potential sites. They weren't limited to just vacant lands, as I showed you and stated. And we provided those results of that analysis to you. Only 51 acres of our 114.6 potential sites are vacant. So we're heavily reliant on non-vacant sites. So when we apply state housing law and try to identify suitable sites for our RHNA, that 114 acres is the result. That is our site analysis for the housing element. We've already provided that to HCD in our attempt to get them to accept a higher proportion of our ADU capacity than their safe harbor baseline would allow, which, by the way, if you use their safe harbor baseline, in the next 8 years, we'd have 110 ADUs. Our ADU capacity is 26,244 ADUs. Also, contrary to the staff report, what I show you is the result of accommodating the RHNA allocation. We are showing that we can accommodate it, but it's just unreasonable. And if this exercise is truly about achieving affordable housing, we believe that our RHNA allocation is really counterproductive to that goal.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
James. I've driven through Fountain Valley. I actually just most recently, during Christmas, and I know you guys have made a tremendous effort in your infill projects. I saw a lot of buildings that weren't there before, so I know you made a lot of progress in that sense. Do we have any questions from the members of the board for staff? I don't see any hands raised at this time. So my question for staff, I'm very curious about the chart that's on page 64, because we usually do for social equity adjustment, we look at the county level. Why for this chart we're using SCAG's regional determination rather than county? Because in previous jurisdictions, we would look at the units, how they're faring within the county.
Sure.
Not local. I mean, it seemed like we changed directions here.
I can answer that, Chair Wong. That particular table was just a comparison of the draft allocation breakdown for the city in comparison to the regional determination. To get to their draft allocation and the breakdown, the income categories, we still use the county median income or the county breakdown as a comparison. So this table wasn't used to derive their number, it's just a comparison.
But why are we comparing it to the SCAG region? Why don't we have a table comparing it within Orange County like we usually do for all these appeals?
I believe this was put in there just as a comparison because it was a point raised by the jurisdiction in their appeal, whether or not they are particularly low income. So I will acknowledge that perhaps that should have been better another table should have been put in there to make that clarification.
Yeah, because now I'm really confused about the two because I still don't understand what the relevance of comparing it to the SCAG region when we've always been driving this conversation down at the county level. I mean, what would be what? I mean, it's just because, I mean, their question is very broad. And it's no different from the ones that we have seen before, but we've always answered it more as to
it was
specifically to Orange County, in this case, Orange County. But the answer we have in the staff report is about the SCAG region. And I'm trying to figure out what would be the relevance of it. Let's put it to the context of, let's answer that question to the context of Orange County as we always have.
Sure.
Or I'm misunderstanding their question.
Sure, definitely a point taken. I'm not sure if the final determination we'll put together as a result of all the decisions, if we can update that information. But if you wanted to know the breakdown for Fountain Valley, the current breakdown for incomes is 22% for very low, 15% for low, 19% for moderate, and 43% above moderate. In comparison, I believe for Orange County, it's 25% very low, 16% low, 18% moderate, and 42% above moderate. And again, apologies for the oversight that comparison should have been directly in the staff report rather than this table.
Yeah, that's helpful. No, I'm just trying to make sure that we're consistent in terms of how we answer the jurisdiction's questions, especially, for consistency, because I really struggle. I was trying to figure out the relevancy of this table and the question and the answer by staff in the how we do all this, and I couldn't piece the two together. So based on those numbers, it looks like they do not they exceeded in some categories, but they're underperforming in the other categories. Correct? Okay. And those were my questions. Wendy?
Thank you. So this is for the city of Fountain Valley. Can you elaborate on your concern that to meet your 44% affordability requirement of your RHNA, that you would have to plan for enough sites to house 13,000 units in order to meet your affordability requirement of 2,000? This was a real eye-opener for me, and something that I think we should all hear and really understand. I mean, I'm feeling like common sense is not a part of this process. I'm sorry. So I kind of said that was a softball. Please, if you would.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more on that last statement. In practical reality, we're not just planning for the RHNA allocation. We have to plan for more because we can't require that all these sites or 44% of everything that's developed is going to have a certain level of affordability. So in practical terms, the most we can require is out of any development is 15%. So if we do that, and you just multiply that 50% times our affordable allotment, we actually have to plan for a lot more units. That's a 13,000 number. So, despite the RHNA allocation, our effort is for every one of us is a lot bigger. We can't just plan for that because someone's going to come in, they're going to develop less, and then you're going to have to move those units somewhere else. If you have extra room, that's great. We do not. So we actually are going to have to plan as if every development is going to develop at that 15% level. And that's why we're coming up with that 13,000 number.
Thank you. So again, I mean, I do agree with you that for some of us, the final adopted RHNA methodology really has some pretty flawed and has some unfair impacts on how the DAC residual units were distributed to the non-DAC cities in the same county, and really significantly increased the RHNA for non-DAC cities. But I appreciate, and it's something that I'm not sure I fully understood at the point that this change was made on November 7th. Again, that is where I'll say it again, I said it the other day, we are living with the ramifications of swiftly pushing something through on November 7th that shifted the methodology on this. And I think this is what we're living with, and why I'm really struggling with this. And so I understand, and I appreciate that you raised this important issue in your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. I'm just floored. How do you do 119 units? And I've been to Fountain Valley, and I'm thinking, how in the world are you going to accommodate, other than if you destroyed the entire Kia building? I mean, you got to kick a Kia. Is it Kia? Yeah, it's Kia. Hyundai. I'm sorry, I knew it was a car maker. You have to destroy their entire campus, which is huge. That building is monstrous. You would have to build at their height and take up that entire acreage in order to even help you a little bit. That's what I see is happening in Fountain Valley with these numbers. So if you've never driven on the 405, you can't miss it. And it's huge. It's a very big campus. So anyways, I don't see any more hands raised for questions. I'll open up now for board's comments and any motions.
Well,
sure. Yes.
So again, I think that we have commented on just about every state policy that touches this, and have not done so in a favorable way. And those of you that have been on the committee for a while and remember him, Carl Morehouse from Ventura, city of Ventura, always his pet phrase was the fiscalization of land use, right? So if you're a city and you're going to choose between a car dealership that brings you sales tax dollars and housing, I will tell you that everybody that is an elected official is going to look at how do we exist with sales tax versus housing. I know within the city of El Centro, just as an aside, sales tax is actually our largest revenue source for our budget. So, I mean, it's like planning in a vacuum. And I think, Wendy, you kind of touched on this earlier. We've got transportation planning happening here. Next lane over, we've got planning for housing over here. Next lane over, we have this whole thing with regard to the tax structure and how we fund cities and counties and special districts and schools. And it's like no one is talking and creating something other than this, again, Alice in Wonderland approach to what we're doing. So while I think that I absolutely agree and sympathize, I think that we have painted ourselves, the state of California has painted us into a corner. And that being the case, I think I'm going to make a motion to deny the appeal.
I will second.
And we have a second from Russell. And I just want to make clear, it's actually not an auto dealership. It's the Hyundai's North America headquarters. So that's a lot of jobs there. So I'm almost thinking that, you know what happened if you take down that corporation and like Toyota and move to Texas? That's a lot of jobs lost right there for Orange County.
I wonder where those employees live, just curious. They live in Valley or LA County? Totally off the record. Pat's
Oh,
gonna.
no.
We
Don't know where they
don't
all
know,
live.
but I can tell you, top of my head, I do know 5 employees and who live here in Yorba Linda and Fullerton. I think those are the two cities where they live. So it's not it's all here in Orange County. They're not commuting in from another county or somewhere else. So that at least I know that one sort of top of my head. Margaret.
Thank you, Peggy. Cheryl, you bring up something, and maybe it's because you've been involved with, national politics, but I know on the National League of Cities, they always talk about everybody is working in silos. And that's exactly what is happening here. But yet we are being asked to impact other areas when we don't really know what's going on in those other areas. So this saddens me deeply because we were not able to correct these issues, and it takes a whole lot more than SCAG to do it. We weren't able to correct these issues before all of this started. So I appreciate what Cheryl said. It just brings to mind that it's not a problem that is unique to California. It is across the United States.
Thank you, Margaret. I have a motion and us to deny. I have a second on that motion. I don't see any more hands raised. Maggie, if you can take.
Yes, Madam Chair. Representing Imperial County, Cheryl Villegas Walker.
Yes.
Representing Los Angeles County, Margaret Finley.
Yes.
Representing Orange County, Wendy Bucknam.
Unfortunately, no.
Representing Riverside County, Russell Betts.
Yes.
Representing San Bernardino County, Larry McCallan.
Two of my sons live in Fountain Valley. Yes.
Representing Ventura County, Carmen Ramirez.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes with 5 votes yes, 1 vote no, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. James, for making a very compelling case for your city. Much appreciated. And
Thank you for your time.
next up, we will have Huntington Beach, page 93 of your agenda. You can't miss it. It's rather thick. Who do we have from Huntington Beach? I'm trying to Miss Ayube.
Madam Chair, Michael Gates.
Michael Gates. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm looking at names I don't recognize. Hi. Good to have you here.
Thank you. It's a joy to be here. I can assure you.
And Madam Chair, just a reminder that I do have a hard stop at 11:30, so we may have to bifurcate the discussion with regard to Huntington Beach for a half-hour break, please.
Yes, and I think so. And for this one, I will just tell you that I have a long list of questions, so we will have to bifurcate this. So be prepared for that. Mr. Gates, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also the board. I'm joined here by Wendell Cox, our housing and urban development expert, along with City of Huntington Beach Associate Planner Nicole Obey. Just as a reminder, we sent this lengthy 33-page appeal, also an email from Nicole Obey on January 15th with attachments, 2 of them specifically, excerpt from December 7th, 2020 OCTA Executive Committee agenda, comprehensive business plan, bus program assumptions, and then also the OCTA bus service restructuring support scope of work. So you should have those. Hopefully you had a chance to review them. First and foremost, as we set forth in our appeal papers, the formula to distribute the new RHNA allocation for Huntington Beach of $13,337 by SCAG is arbitrary and capricious. There is no rational basis or nexus between the exorbitant RHNA allocated of $13,337 to the city's housing needs. For reference, the city's RHNA allocation in the previous planning cycle, which was the 5th cycle, was a fraction, only 10% of this new number, or approximately 1,350 RHNA units. The RHNA allocation in the previous cycle was assigned during a time when there was demonstrable population increase and appreciable housing need. Now, recent studies show that California actually is experiencing a population decrease. The Associated Press reported just last month in December 2020 that, quote, California's Department of Finance found that 136,000 more people left California than moved here from the previous year. according to Associated Press, that means that there are 3 consecutive years of net migration out of the state. Other news outlets, describe California's recent trend in decreasing population as record lows. Specifically, before us today, I'd like to address SCAG's application of methodology to the city of Huntington Beach in the RHNA allocation. The methodology undermines and does not further the intent of the statute, i.e. Government Code Section 655-84 sub D. For instance, embedded in the statute, the state has found that insufficient housing and job centers hinders the state's environmental quality and runs counter to the state's environmental goals. When Californians are forced to drive longer distances to work, an increased amount of greenhouse gases is released and puts into jeopardy the state's achievement of its climate goals. This is the state law. This is the legislative design. Yet SCAG does not identify any job centers in the city of Huntington Beach, as contemplated by the state law, to justify the allocation of 13,337 RHNA. Moreover, with regard to the high quality transit area, the methodology to distribute 13,337 units to Huntington Beach relies on Beach Boulevard as a high quality transit area. SCAG's application of the methodology, however, is incorrect, as Beach Boulevard does not meet the statutory definition of an HQTA under the Public Resources Code. Based on the current and future transportation needs and projections, OCTA has more recently and consistently recommended and implemented a reduction of public transportation service in the city of Huntington Beach, and particularly on Beach Boulevard. This can be seen in figure 4.1 of the 2018 OCTA Long-Range Transportation Plan for Huntington Beach corridors. And there is no evidence that OCTA will designate Beach Boulevard as an HQTA at any time in the foreseeable future. In addition, the governor of California has warned, and there appears to be clear evidence to support, that public transportation ridership will continue to decline because of COVID and may never recover. Beach Boulevard, the basis for SCAG's application of methodology, is not an HQTA, and it will not be. And for purposes of calculation, that should be a reduction for Huntington Beach in the order of 3,625 RHNA units, as Chair Wong alluded to earlier. In addition, SCAG has not considered Coastal Commission policies that prohibit development in areas subject to sea level rise. State law, specifically section 65584.04 sub E sub 2 sub C, contemplates that the distribution formula should account for a reduction in RHNA based on lands preserved or protected from urban development or under federal or state programs, such as the city's sprawling ecological preserves and Bolsa Chica and Magnolia wetlands and other coastal lands that span the city's 8-mile coastline. SCAG hasn't yet, but must, exclude the Huntington Beach coastal zone areas, particularly ecological preserves and other areas subject to hazards such as inundation and flooding, as land available for residential development. In addition, SCAG's application of that methodology completely ignores the requirements under state law, Government Code Section 65584.04 sub E sub 2 sub D sub 9 for the presence of universities, and the city as situated in this region is impacted by the existence of UC Irvine and Cal State Long Beach, not including the city's own Golden West College. Rather than taking existence of these vast education centers into account that remove valuable city housing stock, SCAG simply ignores the RHNA methodology requirement. Lastly, with regard to the arbitrary and capricious determination of the city's RHNA allocation, is the improper overcrowding adjustment set forth also by state law. The SCAG allocation does not reflect the overcrowding rates by jurisdiction. SCAG's failure to specifically adjust the RHNA allocation for overcrowding, thereby effectively imposing a blanket allocation, erroneously applies a higher regional average excess overcrowding rate to the city of Huntington Beach.
Michael, I'm going to interrupt you there. I think you hit your 5 minutes. I was trying to find your 5 minutes. So you want to save some of your comments for rebuttal then?
Fair enough. And I would just ask at this point that I have touched on all of the appealable components, that this board can continue this matter to relook at these points rather than simply approve or deny. So with that, I will turn it back to the board. Thank you very much.
Mayan or Roland today on this one?
Yes, I'm presenting on this one. Thank you, Chair
Thank
Wong.
you.
So I have 5 minutes, so I'll try to cover as much as I can with what was presented by Mr. Gates in his presentation. There are several points made, and I'd rather touch on those, but I can always refer to my staff report or answer questions if you'd like me to clarify further. So several points discussed. I believe Mr. Gates had mentioned about the methodology does not further the RHNA statute. We did receive the findings from HCD during the development of the final RHNA methodology after we sent up our draft RHNA methodology to them, and they indicated that it does further the 5 objectives in state housing law. In regard to HQTA, Mr. Gates had mentioned that this will not be developed, the one on Beach Boulevard. However, as a part of our Connect SoCal plan, as part of its adoption, RTP 216008 is the project. It's Route 529 that was included, that the RHNA methodology used to determine the HQTA. So we don't have evidence that we received from OCTA that this will not be developed. The comments that the city had submitted recently, those indicate, I believe, that they are studying the issue, but there is no conclusion or evidence provided that the HQTA stop will not be occurring or that this corridor will not happen. There's also an issue raised because of COVID that the SCAG region will never recover. So SCAG, in looking at COVID, of course, this is a significant issue for our region. We haven't been provided any indication that this is particularly disproportionate to the city of Huntington Beach. COVID has affected all jurisdictions, which would affect a regional determination, our regional RHNA number. But we haven't been provided evidence, at least for the appeals, why for the city of Huntington Beach, this number their number should be reduced just based on COVID alone as compared to the entire region. Because again, the remedy for an appeals that's granted is that it's redistributed back to the region, which would not solve the problem of COVID being a problem in the first place. There's also issues raised about preserved lands and how SCAG staff must exclude these areas, including coastal zones. SCAG staff is not requiring that the jurisdiction put RHNA units in these areas. They still need to provide an analysis of where they can put units. So increased densities, infill opportunities, motel conversions, ADUs. There's a whole host of strategies available outside of these lands that are protected from urban development. One thing I wanted to raise too, and this is also in the staff report, the Coastal Commission, I believe in their finding or in a letter sent for an appeal based in, I believe, Solana Beach in Sandag, but they have indicated that it doesn't mean that areas protected by the Coastal Commission are excluded from higher densities or other developments. So these still can be considered by the city in their housing element as they try to accommodate their RHNA units. And finally, for overcrowding, the issue was raised, and in the staff report, overcrowding was indicated as something that should have been or a reason for reduction for the city. SCAG staff does not recommend that overcrowding was not a direct factor in the RHNA methodology. Rather, overcrowding was addressed at a regional level in the regional determination. So there are many reasons for overcrowding. It could be due to the lack of housing supply within a jurisdiction, or it could be due to lack of supply in surrounding jurisdictions. Because it's a cross-boundary issue, we don't recommend that the overcrowding be a factor for the direct reduction for the city of Huntington Beach. So for these reasons, we do not recommend a reduction for city of Huntington Beach's draft RHNA allocation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayan. Mr. Gates, you have 3 minutes for your rebuttal.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I would reference the staff report that is I believe, largely dismissive of the points that we've raised, specifically as it relates to the HQTA and some of the other appealable points. And then some of the staff findings seem to be more legal conclusions than actual findings themselves. So I believe we've adequately set forth our appeal and our arguments. I also have Associate Planner Nicole here from Huntington Beach who wants to offer a couple comments, and then also our expert, as I said before, Mr. Cox, who's available to answer questions when the board has questions a little bit later. Yeah.
Thank you. You are muted. Where did she go?
We're gonna
Sorry.
switch.
Sorry, just having some feedback issues. We're on separate computers, but I did just want to address a few items that the HQTA corridor on Beach Boulevard will not happen. OCTA recently, as December 7th, has commissioned or updated their comprehensive business plan, which is like their finance budget. And they are planning for a 17% reduction in fixed route bus service through year 2040. We think that's a very important point to bring up because it represents a whole host of factors that are in the RHNA, from the GHG impacts and reducing those to the impact of COVID-19 and changed circumstances. And they're projecting that because of reduced demand for bus service as well as reduced revenue. So that's one point we wanted to make. And then regarding the Coastal Commission, we do acknowledge that the Coastal Commission has submitted this letter for Sandag. However, our practical experience in the city, for example, we had a site that was general plan and zoning for residential medium density townhomes. We had a project come through that was 48 units. And early on, we assisted the applicant with engaging the Coastal Commission. And in meetings with the Coastal Commission, they said they would not support the project. The project has basically ended, and the property owner has sold the site because it's not feasible to move forward without Coastal Commission support for the project. Which they stated in multiple meetings. So that's our response. Thank you.
Thank you. I have, now it's our questions time. Carmen?
Thank you. I have a question about this report that people are leaving California. I really sincerely want to know if you at the city has any information about people leaving Huntington Beach. I know kind of anecdotally people are leaving because they cannot find affordable housing, and opportunities at this point may seem better for them elsewhere. But I'd like to know, and let me know, council, if that's not an appropriate question, because I don't know why anybody would want to leave Huntington Beach. It's so beautiful, and you have a beautiful coastline and Bolsa Chica. So that's my question.
I believe our general plan update forecasts for either a small reduction in population as well as reduced population. Thank you.
So I would like
we need more time to research the exact.
Okay. I'd just like to ask staff what the significance is of a report that lots of people, it sounds like, are leaving California for our process here today.
Sure. So that ties more into the regional allocation, because if it's a trend seen across the region and not necessarily just for one jurisdiction, it'd be hard to support, at least or on the SCAG staff end, to recommend an appeal reduction because these trends are happening regionally as presented. It's not indicative of that it's one particular jurisdiction or one or two are experiencing that phenomenon. So we're not having, we don't have any evidence in front of us that it's unique to a particular jurisdiction.
I would think not. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I can tell you that several of my friends who have exited Huntington Beach and Newport Beach recently said goodbye to 3 and since November. They all said because taxes are too high and housing's too high, and they've all moved to Austin, Texas. I don't know why all 3 of them chose Austin, but they did separately. Margaret?
That's funny, Peggy. I have a little bit of an opposite situation. I have a daughter living in San Antonio, Texas with her husband, and they're moving to the Central Valley so he can set up his endodontic practice because housing is too expensive here in our region. But no, they want to get back to California after having been in Texas, but both places are nice to live. It just kind of depends on where family is. Okay, once again, I'm just flummoxed over what is going on here. I've been to Huntington Beach. My favorite beach to go to is Sunset Beach. I have spent literally hundreds and hundreds of hours there with kids and grandkids, and I love it there. I've been to the Bolsa Chica wetlands. It's phenomenal. Traveled on Beach Boulevard a lot. I'm just, how you've got one, I don't know, Nicole mentioned the Coastal Commission had denied that the building of that one complex. If you have one entity, one governmental entity that can basically pull the plug on anything that you want to do, which I know the Coastal Commission is very powerful. If they can do that, well, you keep going up to Sacramento and going, we're trying to build, can't build. You're asking us to do something, but yet there's a higher power than we are that keeps shoving us out. What does Huntington Beach do? Not a rhetorical question, Huntington Beach.
I can answer that.
Who's babies?
I can answer that. I'm Jennifer, Deputy Director of Community Development for Huntington Beach. I think it's very relevant for this board to be addressing this issue because the reason why the Coastal Commission would not support the project is due to sea level rise, which is one of the factors that needs to be considered in the RHNA, just like we've heard from other cities with respect to floodplain areas. And I've heard throughout these appeals, many of the board members talk about how they're really, almost agree with the city and saying that there really shouldn't be housing in these areas. And in this case, we have another state agency saying that there shouldn't be housing in these areas that are impacted or will be impacted by sea level rise due to inundation, flooding, wave run up, storm surge. And so when we have a property that is vacant and designated for residential and a property owner has come forward, submitted the planning application fees in the thousands to build a project, almost 50 units, would provide at least 4 on-site affordable plus another few $100,000 in affordable housing fees. And as part of our facilitation of the project, we went to the Coastal Commission staff and they said, this is a sea level rise area. We cannot support this project. Subsequent to that, the property owner withdrew the application, sold it, and it's probably now a residentially vacant residential site, which is as good a site you could get in terms of housing element, is probably going to be turned into a commercial parking lot. And so these issues are very relevant for this board.
Okay, so is there someone higher than the Coastal Commission that you then all can appeal that decision to?
The governor. Well, I mean, but I absolutely agree with your point that you made on the last appeal. There are silos, and I think a board member, Cheryl, also made these points that you have these separate state and regional entities that are working in parallel lanes, but these issues have to be addressed, and it falls on the cities. And it can't just be the excuse that, oh, it's a regional issue or a state issue, because the cities make up the region. We make up the state.
Gee, it sounds to me like we need windmills. I know you're going, what? We've had a number of students come over from Holland, and we've gone back over there, and you know, that's the way they drain the land and build on the land then, or farm the land. So, I mean, are we supposed to take back the ocean and build a mile out into the ocean? It's like your hands are tied there, and it's frustrating. I know it's super frustrating for you all, but do people ever sue the Coastal Commission?
They sue and they lose, Margaret.
It takes a lot of time and money.
It's like
and
suing God.
endless supplies.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. And Margaret, I do want to say this. This is not unique to Huntington Beach. I brought up the same issue on Newport Beach. I don't know if you remember, I brought it up both at subcommittee meeting and regional council, that when we do these RHNA numbers and we don't consider the Coastal Commission play would be, we're not doing our job. It would, because it's a foreseeable consequence that they will step in. And in fact, after I made that comment, HCD said, yeah, we are aware of it, but you know what, it's the Coastal Commission, so you guys have to work with them. And my response to him was, I told Megan, I said, hey, funny, the governor appoints people to that commission. So if you're really serious and want to help cities, then you'll appoint people who are going to help the cities and not just deny. But I got dead silence from there. So I will stop my comment there. But I think these are serious problem, because Newport Beach did have more than 15% set aside, if I'm not mistaken, in their housing development, that and despite lots of oppositions from environmentalists and neighbors on that particular sites, because it's right now a great open space and they want to keep it that way. The city pushed forward so they can build those affordable housing units and develop that site, and Coastal Commission overturned that decision.
Okay.
So very difficult to deal with.
This is a hypothetical. We walk up to Governor Newsom's office, go in there and say, what are you going to do about RHNA? And he says, what? Is there a problem?
Oh, no. He's got a great answer for that, Margaret. $4.3 million to create the housing accountability unit so that he can watch all council meetings, planning commissions meeting, and board of supervisor meetings to make sure that we build homes, cities build homes, those to be exact quote,
Guaranteed.
not the builders. That's his answer for you.
Never watched a Duarte City Council meeting. All right, thank you.
Sorry, I went off. I know Cheryl has a hard stop at 11:30. I do have a lot of questions for staff and the city. Started out being 8, but after Michael's presentation, I'm approaching 11 questions. With that, I'm going to take the lunch break, and I apologize.
Madam Chair, if I could just quickly.
Oh, sorry, Russell.
Yeah, I just want to say my alternate will be filling in for me after the lunch break. So just let everybody know.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ray, for filling in. So since we're scheduled to take that break, so we'll do that now, and then we'll come back at 12. So we can have Cheryl back. So we will take a recess at this time. Thank you.
So, and Huntington Beach will be back after as well, right?
Correct. We're just going to bifurcate that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are we all back? Oops.
I'm here.
It is 12. Oh, I should turn up my volume. I can't hear anybody. Oh, good. Thought I saw Larry. Hi, Larry's back. Wendy's back.
Yep.
Madam Chair, I'm scanning the room to ensure if we have a quorum.
Yes, if you can do a quick roll call, that'd be great, Maggie.
Okay, certainly will do.
Oh, I
Imperial
should say
County?
we're reconvening.
Here. Imperial County Cheryl Vegas Walker.
I'm here.
Los Angeles County Margaret Finley.
Here.
Orange County Wendy Bucknam.
I'm here.
Riverside County Russell Betts. Riverside County alternate member Ray Santos. San Bernardino Larry McCallan.
Here.
Ventura County Carmen Ramirez.
I'm here.
Madam Chair, we are missing currently Riverside County.
Yes, Russell said it will be Ray this afternoon, so I think just have him wait a couple of minutes, or if staff, you can see if you can send him a text and see if he's ready.
I will reach out to Riverside County.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting, when I was in the military, I came back from Korea in 1981, assigned to the Los Angeles Air Force Station. And at that time, I settled in Huntington Beach, just south of Brookhurst and Adams, and lived there for 10 years and enjoyed every minute of it. It's a beautiful city then, and I'm sure it is now. Used to go down to the pier and do a lot of fishing and things like that. I didn't have to have air conditioning. I just threw open the windows in my house and let the breeze come through. And then for some reason, I moved out to San Bernardino County, Highland, and now I have 110-degree temperatures and need air conditioning during the summertime. And but each one has its attributes, and I enjoyed both places.
And you have the beautiful scenery behind you. Oh, but that's in Turkey, though. I just realized I asked you that before. You can go to the mountains, but that's in Turkey.
Well, that's the advantage of living in Highland. I'm 45 minutes from skiing or in the mountains and an hour down to the beach. So I can have the best of both worlds.
Well, I always said Skag region is really a fabulous region where I think within, a very reasonable driving time, probably 2 to 3 hours, you can get to the beach or go to the mountains and the desert to really enjoy, what Mother Nature has to offer, unlike other places in California. You really get to enjoy everything here, urban, rural to agricultural. You really get to enjoy California in no other ways other than the Skag region. So is the Honorable Santos back? I hope we don't have any miscommunication. He was supposed to be here this afternoon.
Boy. Schedule's getting tight.
I know, it's very tight. Yeah, and I apologize for Friday.
You don't have to. I was hoping nothing terrible had happened so that commissioners couldn't be there.
Yeah. Okay, I'm praying for no repeat today, or I'm going to be officially known as the Jinx.
Madam Chair, what there was is that his power was shut off, but he is calling in right now.
Oh my gosh, so sorry. Thank you.
Power, Mr.
Okay. Mr. Santos did. Well, all I can say is you guys should know this, but my power was actually shut off for 2 hours last week during RHNA appeals meeting, but I had just invested in Tesla batteries over the summer. So I got to use it for the first time. So you guys didn't even feel like any glitch, but last week I was without power for 2 hours during our meeting. So now I am promoting batteries. So is the Honorable Santos online yet? Is he called in yet? I don't see any phone numbers.
I've been thinking about getting batteries for my house. Glad to hear they work well.
Very, very well. I didn't even, to tell you the truth, I didn't even know that the power went out. And it wasn't until I was looking at the app later in the afternoon that it showed I was on battery for 2 hours and 11 minutes. And then I found out from my neighbors that their kids couldn't take finals because there was a power outage. So that's another problem for our kids. You know, what happens when you don't have power and they have to take finals over Zoom. I mean,
By the way, Peggy, I enjoy working with your colleague on the AQMD board.
wait, Carlos?
Yeah.
Yeah, fabulous. He has now become our air quality expert. And I think we're waiting to do I'm waiting for him to set a date for a demonstration on, is it the leaf blowers? Something to do with leaf blowers or
Yeah,
mowing machines?
Yeah, for gardeners and so on,
Yeah, yeah. So that's exciting because, you know, the pollution that comes from those backpack leaf blowers is quite high. I'm actually kind of surprised to hear about it. So, is Honorable Santos on?
Yes, I am. Sorry about that.
Welcome.
Yeah, we got the full blackout here in Beaumont on my area right now. So
I am
we have a strong wind. Sorry about that.
Yeah, same with us. So hopefully your battery is fully charged on your cell phone. So with that, we will begin. I think we're now time for questions. Anybody have any questions before I get started? Because I have a lot. Okay. All right, get ready for this. This is what happened. I'm sorry?
You're
Who's that?
echoing.
Oh, I'm echoing.
Not you personally, but in someone else's phone.
Yeah, if somebody else can mute, because I didn't realize I'm coming off as an echo. Okay, so this is what happens when you read too much. First, I like to have this addressed because I don't feel like it was addressed adequately, is this, and probably Pat, you will have to weigh in on this, is that what I see on this is the overarching issue of this appeal is Huntington Beach is saying, I'm charter city. So really, how is this supposed to apply to me? Because they're a charter city and they cited specifically the code section that's, you know, I don't know if they're technically exempt from this, but we need to address the fact that they're charter city. And I think so far we've only seen appeals from general law cities. So I'm just wondering, you know, I'm not familiar with the law in this field, but I mean, they're quoting, you know, a California Supreme Court case that city charters adopted pursuant to this constitution shall supersede any existing charter and with respect to municipal affairs shall supersede all laws inconsistent therewith, and citing the California Constitution, Article 11, Section 5A. And so I don't see in our analysis that we're dealing with charter city specifically. And I think we need to answer that question. Anybody?
Madam Chair, would you like me to comment? I think or was your question directed to?
I'm asking legal counsel first, then I'll ask you, but if Pat, help me out, I don't know how this works at all.
As far as I know, there is no exemption for charter cities, and the RHNA statute is applied statewide. It's statewide housing need and then split out to regional housing need. And for charter cities, it wouldn't make sense for there to be exemptions, because then the whole statutory framework kind of falls apart.
Michael, you have an answer to that?
Yeah, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. There's a whole body of case law on this, and there are statutes that are directly on point. The city does maintain, as you pointed out, that as a charter city, there are certain municipal affairs under the California Constitution that are reserved for charter cities for local governance, and those shall not be infringed upon. One of which is zoning and making determinations with regard to housing, just like a few other categories, which I won't get into. We believe it is a municipal affair, and we wanted to make sure that we emphasize that point in our appeal papers so that the issue was before SCAG. While the governor and the legislators may talk about how housing is a matter of statewide concern, when you drill down, as we have with our housing expert, Mr. Cox, you can see that it's not really a matter of statewide concern. That fails. And so what our hope here is to present the point or the argument or the authorities to SCAG, whether that's determinative of the outcome or not is, hopefully it does make an impact. But if we end up appealing this before a superior court, we also want that argument to be in the record for the court as well. So there is no categorical exemption. Charter cities are charter cities for a reason. The Constitution protects them. And if these types of things were allowed to, meaning state laws with regard to RHNA and micromanaging housing at a local level, were allowed to run roughshod over charter city rights, then there would be no reason for a charter city. This is precisely the type of local municipal governing affair that was contemplated by the California Constitution. So
I'd like to respond.
Yeah, Pat.
Chair Huang, I just wanted to point out that SB 35 specifically requires that all jurisdictions send in an annual report, and the wording of the bill makes clear that charter cities are included. It reads, the bill would make findings that ensuring access to affordable housing is a matter of statewide concern and declare that its provisions would apply to all cities and counties, including a charter city, a charter county, or a charter city and county.
Madam Chair, for further clarification, the city of Huntington Beach is presently mounting a legal challenge to SB 35 because SB 35 is an overreach and does violate charter city provisions under the California Constitution. And so we maintain that opposition. We're maintaining that challenge. And if the court sees it our way, SB 35 will be declared unconstitutional because the state can't simply say, well, it's a matter of statewide concern, therefore we're going to ignore charter city independence and constitutional rights. So that's a matter of dispute that's still in the court. I understand what SB 35 says, but whether it stands as a matter of good law still remains to be seen.
Okay. I think I got a clear picture because I was really struggling between the charters, your charter city argument and how it fits in. That's why all of a sudden I thought, well, is there an exemption? Because then now I understand it's more for the preservation of the record and consistency in your city's overall, I don't know, lawsuits, disputes with this. So got it. Now I understand. Now let's get to the nitty gritty because I'm really struggling over the HQTC while you guys were talking about this because how this all work. In the figure 4.1, which is on page 402. So we can all go there. You have a map. I mean, we've been talking all morning about OCTA and all these transit authority. You actually have of their projection. So we kept saying, well, we were relying on projections. Here you actually have a projection that's telling you there's a reduction of services. So why are we still holding on to HQTC on that particular plan? And I apologize for my dog, but he's upset. I'm not paying attention to him. He's upset that there's too much RHNA in this house. But my problem with that is because I actually looked at the definition for Route 29, right? So on page on page 423, also it says that a major route, which is routes 1 to 2099, which would be Route 29 would be in there, is frequency at every 15 minutes. And then the local would be routes over 15 minutes. And 29 is actually categorized on page 428 as a local route and not as a major route, which would kind of backs up. I mean, we've been talking about a lot about lack of evidence and projections, but here you actually have something that says, we're going to reduce it. We're telling you now. We have no plan, and then, oh, and thanks for including the SCAG report, never seen it. We actually, you know, here you have a SCAG's own report saying they're explaining transit ridership reduction. And then, how can we designate a HQTC when by definition it's not HQTC? I don't think we can. So can you please explain what else is failing in this? Because of all the appeals and I've read, I don't think I've ever seen one that is telling me in very straight terms that we're not going to provide you bus service.
With all due respect, Chair Wong, it's Route 529, not 29.
I thought I read 529 a lot of places.
Yeah, so Route 529 is included in our RTP, and we just haven't seen evidence directly from OCTA that it's not, it should be, or should have been taken out of our RTP that was adopted earlier.
Or is it the city that's saying 29? Because I thought I've been looking at 29 everywhere. I don't see 529. But the other thing about 529 is, and I can't tell from this map just because of its, you know, it doesn't have streets on it. But I mean, 529 looks like it's serviced outside of Huntington Beach. So are we talking about 529 or 29? Because I see 29.
In our staff report, we refer to 529.
We refer to 529, and then the city is referring to 29. But it looks like the two routes intersect with each other. But see, but if 529 doesn't go all the way down to where the the transportation center, it stops midway, then how do we say that it does go all the way to the heart of Huntington Beach?
That's correct, Chair Wong. Sorry, this is the city of Huntington Beach.
Oh, okay. I was going, gosh, I'm looking at Mayan and her mouth is not moving.
I'm very sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'm just struggling with that. And I will tell you, you all seen how big this agenda packet is. I actually read it twice and trying to piece this together in my head. And I can't figure it out because 529, it looks like on this bus route map, 529 eventually becomes 29. 529 only goes to a portion of the Huntington Beach, but the majority of the Huntington Beach is actually serviced by 29, and 29 goes into their transportation center, which will be what we consider the high quality transit area. Then 29 doesn't work, doesn't fit any of the definitions.
Well, the map of 529, I believe, are all HQTA areas. So not necessarily this route, but the areas that were included in the HQTA are on page 129 of the staff report. And I believe it goes all the way to the coast.
Wait, hold on, let me get to the page. 129. Well, for that map, for consistency, for that map, and you go to the 4.1 on 402, when you put it together, which is what I'm looking at, 529 becomes 29.
I believe 529 stops at either Heil or Ettinger.
Yeah, and I think you're right, because I even looked at your timetable and I circled it. And I don't see it past let's see, Beach and La Habra is where 29 ends, and then 529 picks up from there. So the heart of Huntington Beach, or I mean, that is not HQTC. And in looking at the map, and you guys can help me because there's so many pages, but that when I was looking at the map where it had the transportation center, is what is that? Is that Beach and Garfield? Is that where the transportation center is? Or
I believe it's Center Ave and Gothard.
Oh,
So it's
Center and Gothard. That's a
behind Bellaterra.
transportation center, right? And that's where like they have like 8 buses all coming together, including your rapid buses. They're all coming together. That would be what we call, you know, it's actually called a transit center, but that's being serviced by 29. I really, really struggled of all the ones that we have. This is the one I really struggled the most because it just, I mean, we kept saying, give us evidence. And now I'm looking at something that's really, of all the ones, this one I have a problem with designating as HQTC or HQTA, whichever one.
Yes, and
If I might add.
Oh, sorry. I just want to say we did not discount the transportation center. We're fully aware that the transportation center, we did include that population. We only discounted the areas of Beach Boulevard that don't meet the definition of HQTA. Sorry, Wendell, please.
No, that's right.
Wait. I just want, I was asking Mayan, sorry.
We're still checking on the HQTA data for that. If you can give us a couple minutes, we're looking into that.
Okay. Yeah, because the map that you referred to, Mayan, it overlays perfectly with OCTAs. I tried it, I mapped it up together, and that's how I figured out, you know, we're talking about 2 different bus lines. Wendell, you've got something?
No, I was only going to point out that south of Heil Avenue, Route 29 does not meet the requirements of HQTA.
Right.
North, up near the transit center, hey, that's fine.
Yeah. No, I see that. I mean, you can tell from the timetable that it's running at, you know, somewhere between 18 to 45 minutes, depending on time of the day. And it's designated as a local route. It's not considered a major route. So by definition, a local route, they're telling you already, we're not going to be meeting that 15-minute frequency. So that, I probably asked you 5 questions all at the same time because I really didn't see how we can get there without answering those questions.
Chair, if I can make a suggestion, since we are contacting the author of this report, to get more information, if you're open to it or the board is open to it, if we can move on to the next city, that way we can keep the day moving today.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Huntington Beach, if you don't mind, going to use the chair's discretion and move on with it because we need to, since your appeal is based on.
Can we ask any other questions?
Oh, you can ask questions. Can we ask other questions, Mayan?
Sure.
Okay. As far as your point, so I won't touch on what we're in the middle of researching. So on the availability of land suitable for urban development, City of Huntington Beach has provided an extensive amount of information on physical constraints. They included information on sea level rise, coastal inundation, FEMA designated flood zones, and the city believes that SCAG failed to consider this when allocating RHNA to the city. So as I read the staff analysis on pages 110 or 100 and 101, and by the way, Mayan, if this is too much in other words, please tell me if you would prefer I hold because you're trying to juggle the other situation. I want to be considerate of you.
Oh, I appreciate it, but I think it's all right because we're contacting the author of the report to see if he can jump in.
Oh, okay. All right. So on 100 and 101, it's my understanding what the city needed to provide in addition to the information they submitted as part of their appeal is a letter from FEMA stating that the flood management infrastructure is inadequate and an analysis that the RHNA units could not be placed elsewhere in the city from where there's flooding or in a coastal zone or sea level zone. Is that a correct understanding of the requirement?
Yes, specifically for that part of government code, for any lands that are excluded due to flooding problems, we would need a documentation or letter from FEMA indicating that infrastructure to protect those areas is not adequate to avoid the risk of flooding. And to add to that, just based on what was submitted by the city, about over 90% of the city is not within a flood zone, and hence our conclusion why there's no requirement that the jurisdiction has to limit their consideration of available land to these areas. So even if they excluded it, we haven't seen evidence that they cannot provide in other areas.
Okay. So I just wonder if they had an opportunity to look into this, look into that and respond to this analysis in the staff report. And I would ask Huntington Beach if you had an opportunity in that regard.
Yes, we did review the staff report and we maintain the same position that this land should be excluded for analysis.
Okay. So do you have any of that documentation I mentioned?
We don't have any letter from FEMA other than the public flood maps they give us that show all these areas that are incorporated into our general plan. And, you know, they update those maps every so often. They just added a lot of basically the entire Huntington Harbor and Sunset Beach area into the flood zone just last November. So the flood areas of flood hazard in the city are increasing every time FEMA does a flood study. And they have actually let us know that they are restudying the Wintersburg Channel, which is along Warner. And it seems like that area is more than likely going to expand that area of flood hazard. So there will be more homes in land area in the flood hazard.
So just a question, who relies on this flood report to make decisions other than perhaps, you know, this body? Do insurance companies?
Yeah, they may require flood insurance. They definitely require homeowners if they have a mortgage to have flood insurance. And so much of the land is low lying, yeah.
And you provided that flood map?
The flood map is incorporated by reference. It's part of our general plan. It's an ever-changing document, but we did do the land area analysis and included that percentage in our appeal.
Okay. Were you told exactly what documents you needed before you submitted your appeal?
No.
In order to deal with that?
Yeah, this was just all our own analysis that we worked on.
I think that in the future, we need to do a better job of that. So I would say that's an improvement that needs to be made. Okay, that's helpful. And then my last question relates to an additional statement in the staff report on page 100, which states that the existing need RHNA portion of the RHNA, in other words, the additional RHNA assigned to the cities on the basis of access to transit and access to jobs does not need to consider each local planning factor. So could you explain the history and background on this issue when we all submitted our local planning surveys at the outset of the RTP SCS process? We were commenting on how the local planning factors would apply to the city's projected growth. And at that time, we had no idea of the existence of the degree of the existing need RHNA units. So that would be added to our projected growth. Can you refresh our memories and clarify this exemption is in the adopted RHNA methodology or if allowed by state statute, or if this is a SCAG policy.
If I can go into the explanation between projected and existing need. So the projected need is based on our growth forecast. It's used as a basis for RHNA. For the city of Huntington Beach, for the 8-year planning period, their forecasted household growth is 427 units. So the existing need is to ensure that our plan is still consistent with the Connect SoCal plan, the development pattern of the Connect SoCal plan. So we looked at job accessibility and transit accessibility because these were main strategies in our plan. And so we used also from employment data from the growth forecast through 2045, and then population within HQTAs also to 2045. And again, this is to ensure that there's consistency with the development pattern of the SCS. So based on these two main factors, that's how we ended up with existing need for jurisdictions. And then of course, I forgot to mention in an earlier explanation, the residual need, and I noticed that that does come up occasionally for jurisdictions that are not considered disadvantaged communities per the adopted RHNA methodology. Within each county, they were given an additional need based on, again, job access and transit access because disadvantaged communities had a cap on how much existing need they were assigned. So that was redistributed back within the county to non-disadvantaged communities. So its existing need is job access, transit access, and in some cases, residual need.
Okay, thank you. Honey, and then I would just ask the City of Huntington Beach team, I know that you have been very busy with what you are doing as far as housing goes, and I want to commend you for that. I have gone down to the city quite a bit and have some good friends, not only in the city, but on the city council. And I have a lot of respect for what they are trying to do. I know you're actually reviewing a project tonight. So, I mean, I know you're doing everything you can, and I sympathize with what you're dealing with, and hopefully we get an answer from staff on the other issue. But when the time is right, I'm going to make a motion. But I'm going to wait and follow Peggy's rules so that I don't disrupt the process. Because I do think there needs to be an adjustment here. Thank you.
And Board Member Bucknam, if Madam Chair, if I'm allowed to follow up with that remark.
Yeah,
so
I'm good with it if the chair is good with it.
Sure, but I can't tell who's speaking right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michael Gates.
Oh, thanks. I'm scrolling through. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to Board Member Bucknam's point, Huntington Beach has been one of the top producers of housing in the region for years. Mm-hmm. We've had an inclusionary housing policy in place for almost 3 decades, which other cities have not. We have 2 major corridors with no density limitations at all. And we just created an incentive-based affordable housing overlay to facilitate 100% affordable projects, and since have either purchased or assisted in purchase of 3 sites within the overlay. So Huntington Beach has always had a heavy lift, whether it was the RHNA assignment in the 5th cycle, which was much, hundreds of times higher than any of our neighbors.
Yeah.
And we've stepped up, and we've done more than, frankly, any other city in the region. So I super appreciate that recognition, Ms. Bucknam, and I really do hope that SCAG, the board, takes our history, what we've done and what we're doing, into consideration, because this current assignment is excessive, and as I said before, doesn't follow the strictures of state law, both in the methodology and in application. So anyway, with that, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if staff is able to answer my question earlier. Any luck, Mayan?
Not yet. We're also contacting data modeling staff directly as well, but we don't know if they're available. So we are trying to get you the information you need.
Thank you. I think, I mean, the problem is you've got bus lines that connect with each other. I mean, if you've ever been on, I mean, I'm actually more familiar with LA's buses, and it is just, it's crazy. So I can, numbers are the same, but sometimes they put a 7. in front of it to make it rapid or not. They put a blue or a red or white to make different distinctions and designations, and it becomes crazy. So, but I think it's whether or not we can really call this an HQTC. We'll kind of have to write on whether or not when we match these maps together, they have to line up. So with that, I don't see any other hands raised. I actually had some questions about FEMA as well as the sea level, but I think you guys covered that, Wendy, so I won't belabor the issue. So I'm going to use the chair's discretion to move forward to the next city so that we get the questions answered, because we want to make the right decision, but make sure that we are looking at the right maps. So with that, hang tight, Mr. Gates. We'll come back to you. And so the next one will be La Palma, if I'm correct. So that would be page 1150 of your agenda packet. And who do we have here from La Palma? I see a hands raised. So is that you, Ms. Graham?
Yes, Kathy Graham. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
Great. You have 5 minutes, and I'm going to ask Hina to give you a 2-minute warning, and then so you know to wrap up.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kathy Graham. I'm here on behalf of the City of La Palma. We agree with you that there is a housing crisis, and housing production needs to be significantly increased to address these needs. We also appreciate the very difficult challenge that SCAG faces with RHNA and RHNA allocations. A few facts about La Palma. We are a very small city in Northwest Orange County. We incorporated in 1965, and our housing didn't really start until the mid-1970s. We are a total of 1.8 square miles, or 1,152 acres. For those of you who are more visual, that is similar in size to the UC Irvine campus, which is 1,100 acres. We have 15,948 residents, and our population density is 8,811 per square mile. We're concerned because city size was not a factor in the current RHNA methodology. We're not here to change the methodology, but going forward, we believe strongly that future RHNA methodology must consider city physical size. Our RHNA allocation is 800 units. Given the magnitude of this RHNA allocation, it does seem unlikely that we'll be able to achieve that goal over the next 8 years. Currently, we have 5,084 existing dwelling units. And in the approximate period of the last 5 years, 7 housing units have been developed. Our average household size is 3.1, and our population has been declining over the past 4 years with a reduction of approximately 100 residents. So we're very concerned about the allocation of 800 units. Like many other cities, we have no buildable vacant land. Our general plan does allow for high density residential and mixed use in our only business park. However, property owners have not expressed interest in redeveloping their properties for residential projects. We are concerned that the failure to achieve the RHNA will have serious consequences for La Palma. We are also excited we completed our first ADU in 2019. We believe that ADUs represent our best opportunity to build out our city. We're looking for SCAG support at HCD to have a reasonable and favorable ADU formula for cities. We're also depending on the SCAG statement in our staff report that RHNA allocation is not a building quota, but rather a jurisdiction is required to plan and zone for housing need and is not penalized for not developing the assigned units. Therefore, we respectfully request a reduction from 800 units to 400 units. This concludes our presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And with that, we have staff. Is that you, Roland, or am I on?
That would be me.
Karen, welcome back.
Hi. Thank
Hi.
you.
Join the fun.
Yes, team effort today. I will be presenting SCAG's response to the city of La Palma, and this is going to be page 1150 of your packet today. The city requests a reduction of 400 units based on 2 issues. The first issue was job housing balance. Job accessibility is defined as a jurisdiction's share of regional jobs accessible within a 30-minute commute. This is not a measure of jobs within the jurisdiction, and for the city of La Palma, it will be possible to reach approximately 2,019,000 jobs, or approximately 20% of the region's jobs in 2045 within a 30-minute commute. Therefore, SCAG staff does not recommend a reduction based on this factor. With regards to availability of land, as we previously discussed, to grant an appeal based on this factor, the city would need to show that every strategy and every tool available for residential development is impossible in other sections of the city's land. And the jurisdiction was not able to demonstrate that it has applied all available tools and strategies, and therefore SCAG staff does not recommend a reduction based on this factor. We again note that cost to develop the appropriate infrastructure cannot be considered as the justification for a reduction per government code. And additionally, with respect to federally designated flood zone areas, the city did not provide evidence as part of their appeal that an agency or organization such as FEMA has determined the flood management infrastructure is inadequate to avoid flood risk. And therefore SCAG does not recommend a reduction based on this factor. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Karen. Ms. Graham, your rebuttal.
Well, and not technically a rebuttal to refute anything, but we are looking for SCAG support on the ADU units going forward as a built-out city. And for many of our built-out cities, they represent perhaps the only realistic opportunity that we have. And so the formulas that have been suggested, where you would receive an allocation for ADUs based upon your past performance, would unnecessarily penalize La Palma. As I mentioned, we have our first ADU approved in 2019. We're looking forward as a built-out community to be able to move forward and encourage more ADUs, and a very restrictive formula will not help us. Thank you.
Thank you. That for questions, Supervisor Ramirez.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I have a question about maybe more for staff than city presentation. When a city says we don't see residential property owners wanting to take advantage of upzoning, what's the significance of that? I've heard that a couple times now. Does it matter? Talking to the staff now.
I can take this one, Supervisor Ramirez. In housing elements, a jurisdiction is required to show or demonstrate how they can accommodate their housing need as represented by the RHNA allocation. So in instances where the site is unavailable due to various reasons, they cannot list that site in their housing element, but there are other strategies that they can do, they can consider in their housing element to accommodate that need. So I wouldn't be able to comment on individual instances that are brought up by jurisdictions, but there is guidelines published by HCD on what they can and cannot count in their sites and zoning analysis to accommodate their RHNA. So the short answer is it depends, although it would be HCD reviewing the housing element to make the call of if that site is available and can be used.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands raised, and I don't have any questions. So this would be the time for discussion by members of the board. Oh, Wendy, sorry.
I couldn't, I was having trouble hitting the hand up, sorry. Okay, so here's, on this particular one, the concern is on that I have with the impact of RHNA is on the fiscal viability of the city. And by the way, this applies also to Laguna Hills. So this is actually another situation where the only way to accommodate the RHNA is to replace its commercial and industrial land uses, or as they mentioned, do the formula for the ADUs doesn't it doesn't allow them to work that. So what they would have to do is they would have to remove these, they would have to reuse commercial and industrial. And then when the city relies on these sales tax producing uses for the land, it really is going to impact their fiscal viability. So La Palma has 15,000 people, very similar to Laguna Hills. It has 5,200 homes for the past 10 years, and 70% are single family. Its taxable sales, according to the State Board of Equalization, has gone down from 270 million in 2017 to 250 million in 2018, and now less than 190 million in 2019. So according to statistics prepared by the Center for Demographic Research in its 2020 Orange County Progress Report, that is where that data came from. And 265 units of its RHNA as residential RHNA from DAC jurisdictions in Orange County. So how can we in good conscience oppose more RHNA on a city such as La Palma, which will erode the small and declining tax base that the city really relies on and erode their fiscal viability? This is a question that I think we have to say, is there any provision in statute that really allows for consideration of their fiscal viability and health when considering allocations that could devastate them financially? And what options does a city like La Palma have? I think I kind of know the answer, but go ahead.
Sure. If I may, since you did ask, so it's not one of the local planning factors that are listed in Government Code 655-84.04E. And there is an other adopted factors that can be included. However, no other factors were adopted. So we did not use fiscal considerations in our methodology. Yeah.
Well, I think we're going to be dealing with them, whether we used them or not. And of course, I mean, is that SCAG's? Is that, yeah, anyways, never mind. Okay, then just to follow up on the ADU question, this staff report says the applicant did not provide sufficient evidence to substantiate its argument that it considered alternative development options, but the applicant states that 20% of its land mass is public schools and a flood control channel, which it cannot touch, and that its largest open space is a walking path on leased and underneath an Edison power line on leased property. So La Palma says that it's small and uniform residential lots, which are on page 1176 of the staff report, will require bulldozing multiple homes to be able to reach a critical mass for higher density affordable. And that the only way that it sees that it can satisfy it, as they mentioned, is 400, to satisfy 400 of its RHNA allocations is potentially through ADUs. So I'm struggling to understand what more the city could have provided to prove its case. So could staff help us out on what else we would have wanted the city to provide to justify its arguments?
Sure. So the city has asserted that it is built out, but that alone is not enough. HCD does require the other strategies. So that does include increased densities. That does not always include having to demolish existing units. So of course, then there's mixed use opportunities. So where there are commercial or industrial developments, that they can consider mixed use opportunities there. And then of course there's ADUs, and SCAG actually has provided a lot of data information on our helper tool. And you can contact me, anyone listening can contact me afterwards, and I can direct them to the data that HCD has pre-approved, that jurisdictions who are looking to ADUs to help accommodate their need, they can use this data in their housing elements when they submit it to HCD. So there are multiple opportunities, and in reviewing what was submitted by the city, while we understand there are some constraints, we don't feel that that was enough to cover all constraints to make the conclusion that there was nothing available to accommodate this need.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for La Palma staff. How much RHNA did you have in the 5th cycle? And how
9.
did you satisfy your RHNA?
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Peggy, were you talking? Okay.
No, I'm muted.
Okay. Have any of these sites been proposed for development? If not, how can these sites be carried over and count towards your 6th RHNA?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was answering your first question too early. Our RHNA allocation for the last cycle was 9, 1 less than 10, the number 9. And out of that, we were able, as I mentioned, in the last 5 years, 7 houses were developed. And so a portion of those homes, I believe 3, counted toward our RHNA allocation. So we have a balance of 4 homes left from the current cycle. And then could you repeat your second question?
So have any of the sites that are left, if there's been any, have they been proposed for development? And if not, can these sites possibly be carried over and counted towards your 6th RHNA cycle?
Several of the existing sites have residential development on them. And the thinking was that over the past 8 years, that particularly 2 of these sites may have been appropriate for more intensive development. That has not yet occurred. And we will be looking at those sites as we move forward.
Okay. And then finally, I'm just going to emphasize, here's another example of the HQTA impact. I mentioned it earlier when I talked about the city of Laguna Hills and Huntington Beach. And I do feel like that 33 units should be removed. This is a similar, I won't belabor it because I already talked about it in Laguna Hills. But I think this is another example of something where their units should be reduced because of that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Cheryl. Cheryl, where are you? There you are.
Yeah, hi. No, again, when we look at what we've done and the parameters that we've established with other jurisdictions, I think that what I would say about La Palma is that they are absolutely the test case that we need to use as an example of RHNA gone wrong. And in terms of, trying to do everything possible to do the right thing and be a good actor and participant and meet their goals and all of that. And yet still I think we cannot actually grant the appeal based on the other factors that we've already considered and we've already made rulings on with regard to other jurisdictions. But I did want to call La Palma out in particular as having met so many of the things that we've kind of had on our checklist. And this is I almost feel like handing this to them, to HCD as a test case and say, okay, how do we make this work in a jurisdiction like this? But again, I think that Peggy, when it comes time to make a motion, I think consistent with what our opportunities are, we're going to have to make a motion to deny.
I think La Habra and I also think of Linwood. Is that Linwood or Lakewood that comes to mind where, they're so small, 1.4 square mile with a huge number. They're already super dense. And basically we're asking them to basically remove all their commercial. So you'll have 0 commercial and just be high density, buildings. And good luck with that is what we're saying to them. I don't know what's Watts and C. Who is that?
I'm sorry. My name is Janine Watkins.
Oh, okay.
And I was listening into your meeting because the community is doing research regarding how we're going to be.
Okay.
So I'm sorry from distracting from your meeting.
Yeah, if you can lower your hand, please. All right, thank you. We welcome you, and we're glad you're in attendance. I think this is a matter of great public concern. They should know what's going on. And but sorry, I can't call on you. Margaret?
Thank you. To piggyback on what Cheryl is saying, I honestly, I think I really need to get a hold of some people that are in HCD and say, okay, you want us to go ahead and level your house to go ahead and build a 5-story building there. Sorry, we're going to put people in there for housing, but we are being required to do this. How are they going to go ahead and feel about this? What are they thinking? What are they thinking? The frustration.
My suggestion is taking their house and just say, hey, I'm going to take your house and make an example out of it since it's your policy. But that's just me being,
Well, and I just have to tell you, when you said your dog was barking, you said, well, that's that my dog feels that way about RHNA. And, my daughter goes, finally, a dog I can relate to. So honestly, it really is just, it's so frustrating for me. I want to pick up this computer and throw it through a window because we can't do anything. So anyway, sorry for getting my frustrations out.
And yeah, and I do want members of the public that's hearing this, it's not that during the subcommittee level, we didn't express a lot of these frustrations when we were trying to come up with a methodology, and we kept expressing them. We did push back a lot, and but rather than hearing us, they made it even more difficult with the numbers and looking at the housing bills that they want to pass. I think it's going to be even harder, and I'm looking to Cheryl as well for help over at League of Cities. I think SCAG and the league have to work together to solve this. But I'm going off a tangent, and so before Pat hits me on the head for violating any rules, any more questions? Seeing none, this now would be the appropriate time to make a motion. I know somebody said they will, but I forgot who.
That was Imperial County.
Okay, Imperial County made the motion. Do we have a second?
Definitely second. LA County.
Okay, LA County second. Any discussion by board members? Seeing no hands raised. Maggie, please take a roll.
Yes, Madam Chair. Representing Imperial County, Cheryl Villegas Walker.
Yes.
Representing Los Angeles County, Margaret Finley.
Yes.
Representing Orange County, Wendy Bucknam.
No, because I believe the 333 unit should be removed.
Riverside County, Ray Santos. Ray Santos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Noted. Representing San Bernardino County, Larry McAllen.
Yes.
Representing Ventura County, Carmen Ramirez.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes with 5 votes yes, 1 vote no, 0 abstentions.
Great, thank you. And now we're going to go back to Huntington Beach because I promised Kevin I would never call him back again, and I broke my promise less than 3 days later. So my deepest apologies. And next time you're not allowed to join without the cute baby. Just telling you that. So you have the answer for me for Huntington Beach, going back to Huntington Beach.
Sorry to come in here cold, Kevin Kane.
Sorry.
From SCAG. No, my apologies. I'm only mentioning that because I wasn't there for all of the details of the previous discussion. As I understand it, there had been some discussion over whether or not two separate routes are and how they're being combined may count as an HQTA. It's our understanding that that's just the regular service route 29 has already counted as an HQTA. We've gone back and checked that and reviewed the last couple of data map books that were also shared with the city of Huntington Beach for this local input process, also for the past quadrennials local input process. That's the best data that I can find, is that there, 529, the express route is coming online, which also qualifies, but from what I can see, the regular local route 29 fits our definition as well for an HQTA. I apologize if there's other discussion on that point that I've missed.
Well, it's actually my question, because Kevin, I was looking at this thing and that I had disputed it, and I was going back and forth trying to, and I have to say, and of all the jurisdiction, again, I really appreciate the fact that Huntington Beach gave us the timetable, because it really, I couldn't figure things out if I didn't see that. My problem is 29, if you look at the timetable and the designation made by OCTA, it is a local route that they have already said we will not meet that 15-minute threshold that would qualify as HQTA, right? So they've already said routes, 1 through 99, we break it into two categories. Major, we meet the 15-minute statutory HQTA threshold. Local, we do not meet the 15-minute, right? And so you go to their timetable, and their entire timetable for the 24-hour, or not, from 6 a.m. to like 10 o'clock at night, none of them at any time is under 15 minutes. So we can't categorize that route as HQTA when they already told you we're not counting it. On top of that, what is troubling is the OCTA's own report that they submitted is we're even going to reduce the service for that line even further. So if we can't even, if it doesn't meet the statutory deadline definition today, and they're telling you in the foreseeable future, which, we've been talking about, using future data up to 2045 as the reason why we're putting all these homes in HQTA. Conversely, it works when it's reduction in services, right? If we're saying planned, we're going to use it, then reduction, we use it too, because they're telling you it's also in their business plan for up to 2030. So it's beyond the RHNA cycle planning period. Looking at all that, you have 29 reduction in the books. You already right now, by definition, as it exists right now, does not. So you can't even argue that in the foreseeable future that it will be HQTA. 529, which runs that part of that route, if you look at the maps, and is that it runs, and I would not dispute that's an HQTA, right? But it only has one stop. It stops at the transportation corridor, has no other stops on Beach Boulevard. It goes all the way up to, like, I think Orange Throat, if my memory serves me correct. So it doesn't run all of Beach Boulevard. But so I'll give you 529, but 29 we cannot use because the part between the transit authority and a PCH, which is part of the HQTA map, that is serviced by 29. And if that's serviced by 29, it doesn't count as HQTA. So I think if I go by our data, by our definition, then the reduction in all this would be that segment between the transportation center and PCH, because that's not serviced by 529, which is your rapid, right? The Bravo line. I like that word, Bravo. It's better than rapid, because rapid is no longer rapid. So, I mean, that's where I'm struggling with, Kevin. How can I don't think we can use 529 for the whole entire route, because it doesn't even go where the HQTA map says it goes to.
I can make a couple of quick points on that, but I'm not sure that I can necessarily get to the every bit of detail. I'm not necessarily myself the modeling staff who put this together, but I do want to clarify a couple of points. First of all, yes, there is a statutory definition of major transit stops and high quality transit corridors, but as explained in the Transit Technical Report appendix, which I believe is an attachment to our staff report here, we do use future HQTAs, and we have a very clear process for defining what those are. For example, our definition does deviate in some instances. For example, we did remove freeway running HQTCs, for example, the I-5 route through Orange County, because it doesn't actually stop anywhere on the 405 except those specific stations. We did modify the statutory definition for our purposes. So we are ultimately relying on the Connect SoCal definitions here. I've verified that it does meet. We do have an extensive engagement with our regional transit TAC over questions about, for example, how many hours are counted as the peak. And I've checked, from the best I can tell, Route 29 does currently qualify. The second point I would want to make, just kind of as a response to this, is that inherently these are snapshots in time. And in order to kind of distribute RHNA based on future transit in an equitable and consistent manner across the region, we do have to go with what was provided for Connect SoCal and really take advantage of the really extensive outreach and public comment process there. I think we did attach in the staff report as well the Connect SoCal HQTC map. So that should already kind of have the advantage of going through all of the really detailed analysis that we do to define HQTCs and HQTAs.
Well, the problem is the HQTC map has Beach Bowl, the Transit Authority Center. I'm getting all my acronym confused, but the Transit Center on Beach Boulevard in Huntington Beach. When you look at HQTC map, all right, and I can't remember which page it is. Mayan probably would know. And then I take that and I put it together with figure 4.1 to those two things together. But most importantly is from that transit center down to PCH, which is on your map. It's only serviced by 29. 29 on OCTA, right now they're saying we're going to even reduce services in the future, right? So if they're going to reduce services within the RHNA cycle timeline, and right now, as it stands today, they're running at your peak time. They're running at 18 minutes. At your off-peak time, they're running around 40 minutes. You don't fit anywhere on that. So if we're going to say, and I will give you, like I said, where 529 runs from, and it has no stops, actually. You guys probably know better than I do in Huntington Beach, but based on the route, what I'm looking at, it doesn't look like they have any stops in Huntington Beach except at your transit center. Otherwise, it goes straight up to Anaheim at Orange Throat. Then, but that's what we want high quality transit to be, right? If I live in Huntington Beach, I want a straight shot, no stop. That's what it is. It's great. But my problem is transportation center down to PCH. It's being, I don't see how it could be run or defined as a HQTC when it is the only bus line that you see on OCTA. It's being served by a reduced, to be reduced service bus line that currently does not even fit that definition.
Kevin, can I chime in?
Please,
let me just.
Yay, hi. Sorry, Kevin, I'm putting you on the spot. So I'll blame it on Roland. Blame it on Roland.
Okay, that's fine. Let me just share my screen. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so sorry, this is like straight up from my Outlook. So right here is the existing conditions for line 529. This line right here. Now in Connect SoCal, we had gotten information from OCTA, Beach Boulevard Rapid Bus Transit, and the RTP code is 216008, that it would, by 2045, or maybe even earlier, I don't have the exact dates, that it would be extended all the way down to PCH, 529, not 29. So 29, our argument, it does qualify under HQTC. However, even if not assuming that doesn't exist, it still stands that right here, this blue line right here represents the 529 extension that'll eventually occur, thereby making it qualify for an HQTA by 2045. Again, not right now, but by 2045, it would be an HQTA. So I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Right, and I totally get what you're saying, but if I'm looking at page 401 and I'm looking at the city of Huntington Beach's, comment, then I look at 4.1. And I guess with my blue screen, you can't see what I'm talking about, but at 4.1, if you look at that map that they submitted from OCTA, 529 is not marked here as a possible new Bravo express lane. It's not marked as a new Bravo express lane that would back up the argument on 529. Instead, it is brown, it's in the brown and coloring for bus 29 with the designation of frequency reduction.
Madam
Right.
Chair, may the city of Huntington Beach comment as well, Madam Chair?
Sure, you guys probably know better than I do. It's just because I'm looking at this, and if I'm going to base, if our number is based on this, I mean, somebody here is messed up.
Yeah, thank
or maybe
you.
it's me. Hey, if it's me, I got it all wrong, please tell me, and
Yeah.
I'm wasting your time, but I don't get it.
Thank you, Chair. We really appreciate all of your technical analysis that you've presented so far, and we agree. We're saying exactly what we're saying. Basically, now or in the future, nobody would be able to catch the bus on Beach Boulevard without waiting for longer than 15 minutes. To that end, our subject matter expert Wendell's report could have the potential issue of having thousands of units built along a corridor that doesn't have reliable bus service, resulting in workers moving toward utilizing personal vehicles for single occupancy commute, increased congestion and GHG emissions, which directly contradicts the objectives of the RGP, SES, SB 375, Housing Element Law, and AB 32. What we also want to add is regarding the Connect SoCal project number, the project ID 2160008. There is no route number associated with this project number. It's only called Fixed Route Transit of the OC Transit Vision. So this alone shows the further non-committal nature of OCTA. They haven't committed any exact route to using those funds for in the project or using any funds for in the project list. That's one thing we wanted to add, as well as just to incorporate from the email we sent on Friday. If you go to that email, the attachment includes a part of the staff report excerpt from December 7th OCTA board meeting, and includes a PowerPoint presentation regarding their business plan finance situation. And if you go to the fourth slide of that, you'll see the blue line at the top is the projected service levels for buses prior to COVID-19. And then the gray line below is showing that 17% reduction in service levels through 2040, which would be through this future planned period we've been discussing. So those are just a few comments we wanted to add, and also assert that Chair Huang has been hitting the nail on the head and reiterating our comments.
And Madam Chair, also, I would just like to follow up that, if staff's position is that, well, this is going to increase and become an HQTA in 45, I would submit or suggest that there are 2 more planning, or at least 3 more planning cycles between now and then. So this could be revisited if that were to become the case. What we're dealing with is today with near projections, near in time, and we're following the Public Resources Code definition of HQTA, not a modified version of a definition of HQTA. And with regard to equity for the region, there are other HQTAs throughout the region. All we're asking for, Madam Chair, is that when it comes to the methodology and the application to Huntington Beach, we just follow the law. That's really all we're asking for. And Huntington Beach is not trying to resist RHNA or resist all of the RHNA. We're just saying, okay, if we're going to get RHNA, let's make sure that we follow the law, check all the boxes. And we do want to challenge the methodology. I know that's not appropriate here, but the application as well. And I'm not hearing from staff. Well, it seems to me that at least at this point, staff is conceding that Huntington Beach is right on this point, that HQTA is not satisfied for the justification. And to your point, Madam Chair, when it comes to what is considered, a higher traffic portion of the corridor, we already took that into account. So when Huntington Beach says we're looking for a reduction of 3,625, it's only for that portion, that bottom portion that you referenced. So we've already taken that into consideration. So assuming the board agrees with the chair's assessment, which we obviously agree with, we're still looking at a reduction of 3,625 units.
Kevin, you look like you want to respond.
I mean, I would, state, at least from a legal sense, just in kind of response to the City of Huntington Beach, the adopted final RHNA methodology uses Connect SoCal's definition of future year HQTAs. So there's nothing about following the law that we're not doing. We're following the adopted RHNA methodology, which was done consistent with statute to use the Connect SoCal future year HQTA definition. Again, we're really bound by what's provided to us by county transportation commissions and the strength of that process in order to delineate future year high quality transit corridors and the areas. So, my understanding, and I do apologize for coming in cold halfway through the discussion here.
Don't apologize.
My understanding of the situation, and having read and written a portion of the staff report itself, is that this is not a submittal of new or updated information. It is a discussion about wanting to use different definitions or different processes to develop HQTAs for use in RHNA. So that would be my sense of it, and I think that is reflected in our staff report.
Well, I think, for me, I mean, when I look at this, is that all the data was here, and but the thing is, they don't add up, and that's my problem. Is we're looking at the same set of data, but they're not lining up at all. I don't see how Route 29 could actually, it just doesn't service that HQTA. I don't know, I mean, maybe I'm off on my shade of blue. I mean, there are 2 shades of blue here, and I'm just getting too nearsighted, but it looks like the same shade of blue, but no matter which way you want to put it, it still doesn't fit. And it's not a rocket scientist to look at bus timetable. Even a 5-year-old can read it. And to me, it just doesn't even qualify by definition today. And on top of that, my concern is, and it's already brought up, is that segment of the HQTA of Beach Boulevard from the transit center down to the PCH. I mean, if you've gone to that area, I mean, that's, you're getting near that whole low-lying sea level area. So even if we keep it there, I mean, I don't know how you're going to build there, because you're talking about getting very close to that, area of the swampy, sorry, I didn't mean to couch Huntington Beach as swampy, but, you're talking about the really low lying, ocean, backwater area where, Back Bay area, where you're going to run into problems. I think this is something that I hope the committee will consider, because I think this is where we said you got all the data, but it's not lining up. I mean, it doesn't fit the definition. Mary?
If I may, can I just add one thing?
Yes,
also, on Beach Boulevard near PCH, there's environmentally sensitive habitat area, and there is a privately owned parcel at the intersection of Beach and PCH. And the property owner has gone to Coastal Commission several times to try to build a project there. Again, now it's a commercial parking lot. So it just further shows how these issues compound on each other.
They do. Yes, Larry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for SCAG staff. Does the RTP SCS show an extension of 529 in the 2045 period?
Yes, that is correct. It does show that extension, and that's where we pulled the data from. And that data was provided to us by OCTA.
So the existing RTP SCS included the extension of 529, which would qualify for the high quality transit. And that's the reason it's included, and it has nothing to do with the existing 29 that there's right now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Roland, can you tell me which page?
529. Well,
Yeah.
it would be on the RTP code side for the Connect SoCal plan. And again, I've been getting data fed
I
by.
got Connect SoCal right here in front of me. Tell me which page.
I don't know the page number. All I know is the RTP code, and that would be 2160008. I think the maps in Connect SoCal, what you'll see is a like super 50,000 feet in the air elevated view in that case. So
Okay.
yeah.
Because I think the problem is there's nothing, I mean, in here that you have either, and I'm not saying just SCAG, but also from Huntington Beach about 529, but I see 29, and 29 is the only thing that's servicing there. And it doesn't line up. And on top of that, it's a reduction in services. And on top of that, furthermore, on figure 4.1, like I said, and that's why I asked you, Roland, where it is, because I'm working off of OCTA's 4.1. So that's the one with, for everybody's purposes, it's on page 402. That's the only map we have with all the bus routes, because everybody else is just decide to color code and for fun. But there's nothing in here that is saying that the new Bravo or Express route designated in purple, that it will be extended down to PCH. It's not here. So I understand you have a project number, but I don't have any way to verify that a project number is what's on this map, because I can only go by this map, which is part of their plan, their recommendations.
And
Or
Madam
do we have inconsistent plans, inconsistent data? I mean, if it's inconsistent, then we can't rely on inconsistent data.
And Madam Chair, that's the reason why when I opened, I asked for a continuance on Huntington Beach's portion, because I think this needs another look. I just simply think it would be an error to deny the appeal when, you know, the very reason for this hearing is to challenge the application, which I think we demonstrably have. And I think you've made some terrific observations yourself. And so that's why we're asking for a continuance, so that staff can take another look at this. And even, you know, if there's questions that staff may have, talk to our staff. We have some additional information as well that may be helpful. So we're, you know, at minimum hoping for a continuance today, so that another look can be had.
Okay, so
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Cheryl, your hand first, and then Margaret.
Yeah, thank you. So one of the things I'm wondering about is if this is just a timing issue between different planning agencies, and kind of to get back to what we had been talking about earlier, you know, where we have agencies that absolutely have parallel implications within a community, and yet they're not talking to one another, or not doing an effective job of talking to one another, or maybe they are doing an effective job of talking to one another, but it simply reflects a difference in the time horizon. So if we are going to allow staff additional time for a look-see, you know, I'm not opposed to that, but if the answer comes back to us and they say it's simply a timing issue, then I think that we need to take that into account and move on.
Thank you, Cheryl. Margaret?
Continuance, this, what kind of continuance, time-wise?
If you're looking for a response from the City of Huntington Beach, whatever the chair and the board deem appropriate, directing staff to take another look.
I'm looking at Pat, Mayan, because they're ready to shoot me.
Okay, well, first of all, I wanted to just comment on the new information that seems to be brought up. And, you know, even the city's submittal before this hearing, I just want everyone to understand that the public comment is really I mean, in my view, was intended for other cities to comment on the appeals that are going before the board. Here we have the City of Huntington Beach presenting more information to support their appeals. Now, the statute is kind of silent on it, but I just want to point that out because I did as well in Pico Rivera, if you'll recall. I cautioned the board that, you know, really the intention of the hearings is to hear the filed appeals, and the filed appeals is what was submitted to the board before, I forgot the deadline. But anyway, I just caution the board in terms of having this never-ending new information, stream of new information coming in. So that would be my strong caution again.
Madam Chair, if I could just,
wait, hold on, Michael, hold on. I would totally agree with that because, you know, that's how it works is unless it's really compelling, we stick to what we have. And I think the problem right now is, as I pointed out, we have a lot of conflict here in terms of what is in our agenda. So everything, I just want to make it clear that everything I've cited to you were the stuff that was already posted online weeks ago, if not months ago, and not so much as the new data. And Mr. Gates, sorry.
Absolutely. And hearing is part of an opportunity to be heard. It's part of the due process, and we're obviously have an interest in the outcome of the board decision. So I think while public comments are informative and interesting, I think it's our role here to really emphasize the points that need to be brought up on appeal. And unlike other cities, while we do challenge the methodology, we have specifically challenged the application today. And I will say categorically for the record, with no new information. We have not sprung anything new on you today whatsoever. Everything that we're talking about today can be found in the record and on previous submissions and as part of our appeal and as part of the exhibits to our appeal long before today's hearing. There is no surprise. If there was any surprise here today, I would admit to it and withdraw any of that surprise, but none of this is surprise. All of this is in the record.
Thank you. Cheryl or Margaret, your hands are still up. No, Cheryl, Margaret?
Okay, so given that, how does this compare to Pico Rivera? So is there information that they wanted to submit, and this is for Pat, is their information new then, as opposed to Huntington Beach's, which is not new?
I thought that the information they were submitting at the one that we just got was new, but the city is saying it's reflected in their prior submittals. I don't know that, but it looked new to me. I had not seen the study. I had not seen that PowerPoint presentation for OCTA. So that looked new to me. Staff, can anyone comment on that?
I do believe we have our transit manager, Philip Law, on the Zoom call. I don't believe we've brought him up to speed, but he is the source of how we got this information from OCTA and how it's in our regional transportation plan. Philip, thank you for coming, and sorry to put you on the spot.
Oh, wait, before that, Pat, I don't know what the PowerPoint that Huntington had brought up, but we were primarily, well, we were all focused on just what's in our agenda packet.
Okay.
I just want to
I know that Huntington Beach had held up a copy of the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
That was what they had submitted very recently. So again, I don't know whether that's new or not, but certainly it was new to me. I did not see that in their original appeals packet.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it either, so that might be a reference they're making, but none of us have it. So I don't know if it's new or not, but it's not in our agenda packet, so it's not considered. Roland, wait, I'm sorry, Mayan, who's our transit?
Philip Law.
Philip, sorry. Philip, please. Hopefully you can answer my question, and sorry to put you on the spot.
Hi, no problem. As I understand the question, it is about the Beach Boulevard corridor in Huntington Beach and why it is identified as a high quality transit area. So the methodology for HQTAs is based on our identification of high quality transit corridors, which are, I think in the staff report, the definition and methodology are provided. So we worked with OCTA on the development of Connect SoCal, and as part of their submittal of transportation projects to SCAG, they identified this corridor as a planned high quality transit corridor. That means in the future, within the planning horizon of Connect SoCal for 2045, OCTA plans to implement transit service on that corridor with a reported 10-minute service frequency. And therefore that meets the threshold of 15-minute frequency that qualifies corridors to be high quality transit corridors. So I think that's all covered in the staff report as well. So I'm not providing new information.
Correct. And the thing is that I can see corridor for Beach Boulevard up to the transit center. And that's what I was saying. It makes sense. You've got everything that's existing there. Even the figure 4.1 shows we're going to increase service there or future service there. So it's there. That's not the part I'm questioning. The part I'm questioning is, did somebody get lazy and decide to play around with the blue marker and just color the whole thing blue all the way to the beach just so they can, you know, blend it in with the ocean and forget that, you know, we're really talking about a big portion between Beach Boulevard from the transit center to the PCH where OCTA said, I'm going to reduce. There's nothing that in here for 529 in their map that's been submitted for 529 to be expanded.
I'm not familiar with what you're referring to, but the information on that route, including the service frequencies, was provided to us by OCTA. And the information they provide includes the route and the stop locations, and we incorporate that into the transportation modeling and analysis for Connect SoCal.
Can you tell me where? Can you tell me where?
I don't have that information in front of me, but the within Connect SoCal, the map of the high quality transit corridors reflects that information.
I'm going to go to my Connect SoCal. Margaret?
And Madam Chair, I don't think that information is part of the record. So that would be new to us as well.
I don't think you can say Connect SoCal is not new to you because everybody's part of
it's just not part of the record.
Part of this agenda package, yes, right. But Connect SoCal is part of, everybody knows Connect SoCal. And Connect SoCal is connected to RHNA. Margaret?
No, I had my question answered. Thank you.
We all know how big Connect SoCal is, and I only have the report in front of me, and the binder with all the comments are in somewhere in my messy office. But my problem is, I mean, really, I mean, and I don't know what the pleasure of the committee is. I just have a problem. This is a huge issue where you have a transit corridor. We know it exists. It's there. But there is a big segment that goes all the way to the beach that I don't know right now where in Connect SoCal it says that there is an extension, but the map that we do have in our agenda packet today is a reduction in service and no future plan of 529. And in fact, I think if you look at I guess it would be page 401, even in Huntington Beach's comment is, hey, look, you used to have a bus line that runs in that area and you took it away in 2018. So it's not just we're reducing 29, but another bus route that used to serve that same area was eliminated 2 years ago. I find it kind of interesting that you eliminate and also reduce the existing, and then you actually could say in 2045 we'll give you one back. Well, if you're going to give me back something in 2045, why don't you make it happen today? Why make it happen in 2045? It doesn't make sense.
Madam Chair, can I refer you to Exhibit 3.8 in Connect SoCal? That is the map of the high quality transit areas, and it shows the Beach Boulevard corridor extending south to PCH.
Any chance you can share screen?
Oh boy.
Hold
Can you
on.
repeat the name and number you said, sir?
Exhibit 3.8.
3.8, okay. If anybody can get to it faster than me, I will.
And to your point about the cancellation or the reduction in service, that's frankly a result of the current situation with the pandemic. But we did receive a comment during the comment period on Connect SoCal regarding this corridor, and we did consult with OCTA to confirm that this is a planned corridor that's identified in their long-range transportation plan that they recently developed and they used to submit projects to SCAG for Connect SoCal. So we did reconfirm that OCTA does plan to do this service in the future.
And Madam Chair, from Huntington Beach, we've also submitted reports and information from OCTA that the planned reduction in service for the corridor was contemplated back in 2018 and was planned to be implemented going back to 2018, having nothing to do with the COVID pandemic.
That's happened in other cities, Southern California.
Okay, so I'm scrolling through this and I can't find 3.8. Why can't I find 3.8? Oh, is it on a project list? I'm looking on our website right now for project list.
No, it's in the main document. If you're looking at a PDF, it's page 107 of 204. Madam Chair, I'm also sharing my screen right now that shows the map.
But it doesn't say no name.
Nice purple. So where does it say in this nice purple map that's any different from the beautiful blue map I was looking on that says 529 is extended?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily, call out every single project, but this is a projected map of 2045 HGTAs as a whole, as it relates to the entire region. But again, this map is all based on, the projects that we received from all the CTCs, including OCTA.
But from this map, how can you tell that it is that corridor? I'm trying to figure out where it is. Where would I be looking? Is it possible to point?
I think in a situation like that, like I showed in the email before.
What email?
I think here, give me a second. I can project.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm putting everybody on the spot, but it's not, none of this is jiving with what we have. I mean, what I'm seeing in purple is no different from that. Mayan, which page did you refer me to before that was like purplish, bluish? I mean, to me, it looks the same.
It's page 129 of today's agenda.
Yeah. So to me, it's looking the same, but when I do the overlay. Okay, so I have a, I think, you know what, the better one actually, now that I find it by accident, is 4.10, which is page 125 of the agenda package. And you already see a mistake there because of the fact, well, I see it as a mistake, is because if you see it there, the OCTA 2040 North County Transit Network, if I'm looking at this, and I'm assuming we're looking at the same thing, it looks like it's got the same little hook that you have here. If you look at it, I mean, they highlight it as yellow and red, and it says existing frequency corridors, right? And then you have a separate reddish line that says 2040 high frequency corridors. But when I look at that is that 2040 high frequency corridor is not in the same area as this little hook that we're looking at. That's on the Google map. And on top of that is this existing high frequency corridor, which already tells me that as it exists right now, they included a portion in that map that is inconsistent with their bus routes. I mean, look at page 125, and it's on that, it's figure 4.10, 2040 OCTA Transit Network, North County. Anybody can answer that? Bad data is what I'm thinking.
Chair Wong, the city agrees. It's inconsistent at best. It's consistent information on OCTA's own documents. And again, just to reiterate, like we said earlier, the project ID in Connect SoCal is not committed to any particular route number. I mean, there's a column for identifying route number, and it doesn't identify any specific route number. So it's kind of impossible to tell, you know, we're trying to find it and we can't seem to find it.
Yeah, because for me, the 2040 high frequency corridor from OCTA's own network does not include that route. They designate that route right now as existing corridor.
Right, which would be incorrect as well.
And that hook area is exactly what we're talking about. It's not even high. I would say anywhere up until transit center is correct. It's anywhere, I don't know, east, west, south of it is incorrect, if that makes sense. I'm sorry for belaboring this, but I just feel like if we're going to do the right thing, do whatever motion that comes forward, it has to be correct.
Well, I think we agree with that, Madam Chair, but what I'm wondering is, does staff need a little additional time to be prepared to address this committee? If so, why don't we move this item to the end of today? It is 20 minutes till 2. We still have 3 additional appeals to hear today. So if staff needs a little bit more time, why don't we respectfully say, you know, do your deeper dive in the weeds. We will come back to Huntington Beach after we hear Rancho Santa Margarita, Tustin, and Newport Beach, which has already been continued.
I would agree.
Sure.
I would agree.
Okay, let's get does staff wanted to continue this to the end of the day, or we are trying to do 25th for another city. I don't know if that would give you more time.
I think probably to another day. That way we can thoroughly analyze and also reach out to OCTA if needed, just to get some confirmations. But also just in the interest of time, if we do tack it on to the end of today, it's possible we won't get to this if you're trying to finish the remainder on the roster.
Okay, then I'm looking for a motion to continue it to another day. And I just want to stress, no new evidence, nothing. This is just to clarify conflicting or the issue I brought up. No new
Make a motion to continue this to January 25th.
All right, motion made by Imperial County, second by LA County. Please vote. Maggie, where are you, Maggie? You're not on my screen. There you are.
I'm here. Representing Imperial County, Cheryl Villegas Walker.
Yes.
Representing LA County, Margaret Finlay.
Yes.
Representing Orange County, Wendy Bucknam.
I'm unavailable on the 25th, but shall I continue it, Peggy?
I'll be here.
Okay. Yes.
Representing Riverside County, Ray Santos.
Yes.
Representing San Bernardino County, Larry McAllen.
Yes.
Representing Ventura County, Carmen Ramirez.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes with 6 votes yes, 0 votes no, 0 abstentions.
Thank you, and I apologize. It's just
No, but and just to clarify, we're going to pick up from this point forward. We're not doing a whole do-over of the last, hour and a half. Okay.
As much as we might love to. No.
No, you don't. That's why I said no new evidence. This is really for staff to answer questions.
That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the board.
Thank you. Rancho Santa Margarita, thank you for patiently waiting. Who's the staff? And that would be page 1177 from your packet.
Thank you, Chair Wong. This is
Oh. Hi, Cheryl. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can I start my screen? Okay.
I can't hear well.
I need to share my screen. Can you not hear me well?
You might want to hold your mic to your closer to your mouth.
Am I able to share my screen? Here we go. Thank you.
Still can't hear you.
No. Can you hear me better? No.
There we go.
There it is. Okay, hold up.
I'm going to continue. All right. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. As you know, Rancho Santa Margarita based our appeal on the two factors that you see on the screen. In the interest of time, I am going to concentrate on the first factor, which is the availability of land suitable for urban development or conversion to residential use. For our appeal and for other appeals, SCAG staff has indicated that existing general plan and zoning can't be the basis for appeal. We do understand that, and we are not basing our appeal on existing general plan or existing land uses for that matter. We are citing severe physical constraints. So to summarize those, 71% of the land within the city is not suitable for development. This includes protected open space, water bodies, public rights of way. And 67% of the city is located within the very high fire hazard severity zone as designated by CAL FIRE. And most of the buildings in our city are less than 35 years old. The city did develop in the late earlies and early 90s. And there's very little development that is in significant need of redevelopment. I have some exhibits to show this. I know they're all in your packet, so I'll speed through them. On the left here is the very high fire hazard severity zone. On the right is protected open space. Just to summarize, our city's 13 square miles in total, and only 4 square miles of that area, or 29%, is developed. The land use breakdown you see here, we have a significant amount of regional park, protected open space, habitat conservation. Overall, only 20% of the city is developed for residential, 2% for community facilities, 3% for business parks, and 2% for commercial. So similar to the La Palma hearing you had a little while ago, conversion of commercial and business park would be detrimental in several ways, as residents would have to go further for jobs, goods, and services, as well as an erosion of our tax base. This is showing similar. I will skip through this. And the fire hazard area, this one's interesting. We do have a significant amount of residential already in the very high fire hazard severity zone, as well as commercial. And adding homes, especially a significant number of homes in those areas, just really isn't good planning. So in the staff report, SCAG staff has indicated that the land use constraints, they don't completely preclude development, and I completely agree with that, but it does severely limit our ability to plan for 680 new units.
2 minutes left.
So the other thing that SCAG staff has indicated on the staff report is that it is presumed that these factors were considered in the local planning factors in the bottom-up planning process. I completely agree, but the result of that process was that 50 units would be developed between, 50 households would be added between 2020 and 2030, not 680 new housing units. Underscoring this, we've quoted in the staff report that HCD says that housing planning can't be limited to vacant land. However, what isn't acknowledged at this point is that HCD Housing Element Guidebook is very specific that if a city is relying on 50% or more of its sites that are non-vacant, the non-vacant site's existing use is presumed to be an impediment. And we're going to have to make certain findings before we can even use those non-vacant sites for our housing inventory. So in conclusion, staff is, Santa Margarita is asking for a reduction in our RHNA to 254 units. That is, we're committed to our regional share of housing. We just can't accommodate the 680 based on these severe physical constraints. That concludes my presentation for now, and I'm happy to have any questions. Thank you.
Hi, sorry. Staff?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Wong.
There you go, Maya.
Thank you, Chair Wong and members of the board. And I appreciate Ms. Kuta coming out to give a presentation for her city. I will focus as well just on the availability of land in interest of time. But the city has provided information regarding lands that are unavailable, and they do identify some constraints. One thing I wanted to point out about the fire hazard is that these areas, while there are certain limitations, it doesn't indicate necessarily that these areas are completely precluded from any type of development, redevelopment, or higher densities or other strategies. Other strategies can still include ADUs. So while the demolition of any units or rezoning, if those are not possible, ADUs and other types of strategies are still available to the city if they'd like to apply them in their housing element to accommodate their growth. So our arguments are still similar to others. So while the city, we appreciate the city providing more evidence and identifying some constraints, our conclusion is still that there is still available land. It's just not vacant land, and it's a lot harder to prove than prior cycles. But we don't reach that conclusion. At least that's our professional recommendation in reviewing the appeal. So with that, I'd also be more than happy to answer any questions.
Can we have? Do we have a rebuttal?
Just briefly, I would like to address the ADU topic. HCD's safe harbor quote for assuming ADU development during the next housing element cycle is 10 times the current development, I believe. The city has approved one accessory dwelling unit in the current 8-year planning cycle, and so we would be able to count a maximum of 10 ADUs toward our 680 unit RHNA. That's all I have at this point.
Yeah. Hi, sorry. I have a slight emergency. Let's see, right now I'll leave it to questions. Wendy, have a question?
Yeah, okay, so thank you, Rancho Santa Margarita. So being your neighbor city, I first want to let you know that I did go through I've done this with all the cities, but I want to let you specifically know that I did read through the supplemental letter from last Friday, highlighting the concerns with the action of the appeals boards to date on some of the arguments supporting denials of the appeals, especially as it relates to the argument supporting the the factor of the availability of land for urban development and conversion to residential use. I'm very familiar with Rancho Santa Margarita. You are a master plan community. You have covenants and conditions overlaying all of your homeowners associations. In fact, you are almost one large homeowners association. So I know that there's additional restrictions that are very unusual compared to other cities. That being said, I also read the letters from the Rancho Santa Margarita residents objecting to the 680 units in a city with 67% of its land within a high fire area. hazard area, and we've seen those fires. I've seen them. I'm firsthand experience with them. So I do also have concerns that you, in addition to the uniqueness of the covenants and conditions over all the land, there's also a limited way out of your city roads. So again, from an evacuation standpoint, this is something unique that this city has to deal with. And so I know I'm sounding like a broken record today, but I want to be respectful of each of these individual each of these different appeals, and give them the time and review that they need and the comments that I feel that they're due. So looking at the really big picture, my concern is HCD is forcing regional numbers that have absolutely no vetting as to the state sustainability of these requirements on all of our infrastructure needs and recognition of local constraints. Time and time again, we're hearing this on many of the appeals. So maybe the entire arena, not just locally reviewed growth forecast, but also the existing need, should be required to be vetted against relevant local planning factors. So somewhere in this process, these numbers need to be grounded in real world common sense look at local constraints to find an adequate number of sites to accommodate these allocations. This has been an omission in this cycle, especially with the unprecedented amount of RHNA that this region received, and how the existing need RHNA seems to have been exempted from local planning factors, analysis, and grounding. And as we mentioned in prior appeals meetings, this is a critical issue that needs to be discussed or resolved for the next RHNA. I know these are legislative things. Hopefully we can also deal with it in our processes and our methodology, but it unfortunately does not help us with this RHNA cycle. And so I'm so sorry for that. I'm really sorry for that, Rancho Santa Margarita. I know your community very well. I'm in the HOA world, so I know it probably more than anybody on this call, except maybe you, Cheryl. So I know what you're facing. It's tough. And the ADUs are tough in Rancho Santa Margarita because a lot of the property, the houses are on top of you. Your houses are dense there for the most part. So the ADU is challenging as well, I know. So.
Okay, right now, I'm going to be taking over as chair just briefly, as Peggy had to just step out for a moment. Okay. I see that we have thank you very much. I appreciate it, Wendy. Okay, Cheryl, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, just real quick. I wanted to, Wendy, with regard to your comment about them being unique with regard to, access points or exit points. The unfortunate thing is they are not unique. And in fact, we had an off-site planning meeting at, I think it was Big Bear Lake, Margaret. And one of the questions asked was, if there is a fire here, how do we as SCAG leadership get the hell off of this mountain, since you really have like one way up and one way down, and there is no way you're going to be able to evacuate it. So the unfortunate thing is is another planning factor that has to be taken into consideration. And unfortunately, it's not something that we can do at the present time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do remember that. And I also, I live in an area like that. And it's a sad thing, but I hope we're keeping copious notes so that we can make sure that we're talking with Sacramento about this. Okay, other questions or comments from the board? Okay, I'm not seeing any blue hand.
Carmen.
Hey, Carmen, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. I just wanted to acknowledge Wendy's knowledge about homeowner association, because she has a connection here with something about a mile from me that's massive. Thank you very much for your service there. Thanks, Wendy.
Okay, thank you, Carmen. All right, any other questions or comments? Okay, do we have a motion on Rancho Santa Margarita?
Move to deny the appeal. Sorry.
Second, Imperial County.
All right, thank you. And with great thanks to the staff, you gave a very credible, very compelling story, but there are so many of those right now, and we just have to take this up with the people that are a lot higher than we are. So Maggie, if we could have a roll call, please.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. Representing Imperial County, Cheryl Villegas Walker.
Yes.
Representing Los Angeles County, Margaret Finley.
Yes.
Representing Orange County, Wendy Bucknam.
Because of my proximity and connection to Rancho Santa Margarita, I'm going to abstain.
Good. Representing Richard County, Ray Santos.
Yes.
Representing San Bernardino County, Larry McAllen.
Yes.
Representing Ventura County, Carmen Ramirez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, the motion passes with 5 votes yes, 0 votes no, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Our next one is going to be Tustin, the city of Tustin. Do we have staff from Tustin on the line so that they can, and this is going to be on page 1214. Wow, did you ever think you'd have that much to read? Okay, and this is, like I said, city of Tustin, if they are available.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is Justina Walcom. I am the Director of the Community Development for the City of Tustin. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for allowing us to present our appeal. Today, I have Hida Mosesman to help me out with the presentation, so I will turn it over to Hida.
Thank you, Justina. Like Justina said, my name is Hita Mosesman. I'm a senior director at Harrison Associates. We assisted the city of Tustin with their appeal filing, and I have a presentation to share with you. I hope everybody can see my screen. Can everyone see the slideshow?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, just wanted to be sure. So I know that you've had sort of a big day and you still have more to go over. So I will try to be as brief as possible and try to give you a high level description, and I'd be happy to answer any questions after the presentation. But basically the basis for appeal for the city is a change in circumstance due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I probably don't have to emphasize that it's a once in 100-year event that has had a major impact to our economy. Based on the research that we conducted, looking at a SCAG economic report, as well as UCLA economic forecast, an OCTA survey of residents, and a number of data sources from commercial real estate companies, we're looking at about 3 years of lost growth as a result of COVID. Just to get back to square one where we were pre-COVID in 2019 will take at least 3 years in terms of the impacts to the commercial real estate sector and to development. SCAG put out a white paper in May of 2020. This is before the summer spike, and then of course the holiday spike that we're still experiencing at the moment, that assessed the impacts to the economy as a result of COVID. And again, UCLA, their economic forecast has covered this as well. And so what we're really focusing on are changes to existing and future employment. And the basis for appeal really centers around decreased employment since the time that those numbers were reported to SCAG, which is the reasoning for the lower RHNA request. So factors affecting employment, just sort of in general, COVID, the pandemic has extended much further beyond what I think we all thought in the spring and maybe even the summer of 2020. It continues to go on, and although we have a vaccine, the rollout to date has not been swift, and it may be the end of this calendar year before we have a large segment of the population fully vaccinated. Even the Orange County health officer has stated that Orange County will not get to the yellow tier on the state's tier system, which is businesses at 25 to 50% of capacity and until summer this year at the earliest. Many of the studies that we've looked at are showing economic impacts that extend further into the future. than that. In terms of UCLA's forecast, they're projecting that we will not get back to square one from where we were until the end of 2022, and that the COVID sort of effect to our economy will have some permanent changes.
2 minutes left.
So, and I'll speed it up. So this is a table that shows employment both in Orange County and in the SCAG region. As you can see, Orange County is a little bit higher. Orange County Register just stated that the Orange County region has the third worst unemployment in the United States at this time. And here's the UCLA forecast showing payroll employment. You can see the first bar to the left is pre-COVID. And at the end of 2022, we're not even quite up to that pace. A number of commercial real estate sources were cited. Moody's is showing a decrease in new development going beyond 2024. CBRE cites lease rates and vacancies being affected in retail. Cushman & Wakefield, in particular for office, has shown the impact being 20% worse than the Great Recession and showing a 16% decrease in office demand extending through 2030. The OCTA survey that was done recently in the summer showed that the majority of employees would prefer to still work remotely, and companies are basically incentivized due to lower costs. Sorry about that. So in terms of the appeal that you have before you, in terms of the decreased employment projections, employment growth is largely based on market conditions, wherever that is, out Tustin or otherwise. Any reduction in development is going to reduce the number of jobs, particularly in the commercial real estate area. Looking at the projections provided to SCAG in June 2019 from the city, now with COVID, we're looking at a decrease of 63% in employment. If you translate that decrease to the RHNA numbers, that would be a decrease of 1,700 units. I'm approximating, putting the revised Tustin RHNA based on the appeal that's requested at about 5,100 units. And that concludes my presentation.
5 minutes.
I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that presentation. And do we have our staff that would like to give their presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Finley. I'll be presenting. And thank you to the City of Tustin staff for taking time. I know it's towards the end of the day, so being patient as we work through these appeals. So the appeal that they're requesting is based on changed circumstances, and the city cites COVID as the main driver for that reason. So as we've mentioned before, COVID, while we don't disagree that there have been impacts, various impacts felt throughout the region, wanted to highlight that these are regional issues. So this isn't necessarily impacting one particular jurisdiction disproportionately, because again, the remedy for any reduction based on this factor would go back to the region when COVID is a regional issue. And then the studies cited by the jurisdiction, this is included in their staff report. One of them in particular, a UCLA study, they note that we'll have a full recovery by 2022, which is within the 8-year planning cycle that doesn't end for this cycle until 2029. And housing, if there is a full recovery, then housing need, according to the study, you could deduce that this housing need will definitely still be there. And then one thing I also wanted to bring up is the request for reduction. I believe the city is asking for a 63% or 63% because of job loss, that they should have a 63% reduction for at least job access. But I wanted to point out that job accessibility is measured as a jurisdiction, a typical household within a jurisdiction, their access to jobs within a 30-minute drive commute. So this goes outside the city's boundaries. And so a 63% reduction, because this is a regional in nature, COVID and its impacts, that the city would still have the same access to jobs in comparison comparison to the region. Currently, they're at 19.46%, and we haven't received any indication that this number should be changed. They can reach 19.46% of the region's jobs. And so we haven't received evidence that that should be changed. And so because of all these, SCAG staff does not recommend any change to their draft RHNA allocation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayan. Okay, is there any sort of comments now from the city of Tustin?
I would just like to make a couple of comments in terms of the impacts from COVID being regional. While I'm not refuting that they are regional, I mean, every city is suffering from the impacts of COVID. Tustin has a very unique piece of land, which is the former military base, the former Marine base, which is slated to be developed. There's been a huge planning effort, a lot of expenditure on creating these planning documents, and there is development there focused on retail and office. And I would argue that not every city in the region has this type of regionally significant property and has this type of planning for this amount of office space. A lot of Orange County is a bedroom community. A lot of cities characterize themselves as such. So they wouldn't have the scale and degree of this type of development that would result in jobs to this scale. So that would be my comment there. In terms of the impacts, and you're right, UCLA does show a full recovery. I think what they don't show in the bar charts that I showed you are the changes to jobs and to our economy as a result of COVID. So while there will be payroll jobs in 2022, excuse me, the end of 22, that will come close to where we were 3 years before, so we lose 3 years of growth, those jobs will look different. And we have now people with the ability to work from home. I think it's been widely reported, not to bring up information that wasn't in the appeal, but it's widely reported that people who work in Orange County are now looking to areas like the Inland Empire. They can actually, they can afford a home. They can afford to buy instead of rent. And so I think what we're seeing as a result of being able to work remotely is a really big change in the type of employment and the amount of employment that we're going to see in Orange County that's going to register a demand for housing in Orange County. And then finally, in terms of the evidence, the percentages that were touted, these types of studies, there's always a lag in terms of the data that they're showing. The analysis on what is going to be our economy moving forward is still underway. So this is really a forecast as opposed to evidence. We would have to have the time pass for us to have the actual facts and the evidence. But I think what we can point to are reputable universities who have a good track record of being able to predict what is going on with the economy. And I would also argue that it's really the economy, in the strong economy in the SCAG region historically, that has driven the large numbers that SCAG has received from the state. So any changes to that economy will have, resulting changes in the type of, the number of, and the location of housing within our region.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate your presentation. You've done an excellent job. Okay, I see Wendy, you have your hand up. Please feel free to elaborate.
Thank you, Etef. That was a great presentation, and I just want to commend you and the city of Tustin for your work that you did to really bring in economic data from not only SCAG but UCLA, EDD, and OCTA, and with commercial real estate and investment firms to document the impacts that we're seeing. And I do know that you've got that unique situation over there at the Tustin Air Force Base, which I can see from my office where I am working. So I know what you're talking about. It is going to be a different and unique impact on Tustin. These impacts that we're seeing as far as future forecasts from COVID-19, to date, this appeal is really the most detailed and extensive, I think, in trying to highlight a major concern that many of us have voiced on the regional council back in September, which is, how will this pandemic change our growth forecasts in the Connect SoCal? I mean, we asked that question. So the staff report states that although you provided various study results that conclude that long-range decreases in future employment are forecast, and what you provide in your appeal are short-term economic forecasts, which SCAG says does not provide a basis for changes in the region's employment outlook. I wanted to see if you had an opportunity to look into this comment with the companies that you consulted with, and if you have any response to that statement further than what you've already shared.
What I can tell you, because the data is still emerging, I mean, I think that's the challenge here. But what I can, sort of tell you is, in terms of the Moody's analytics forecast and this is last year before the spikes that we're experiencing, they state that decreased new development, commercial development, office and retail will extend beyond 2024. And Cushman and Wakefield, who focus on office, have cited a 16% decrease in office demand in our region that extends out to 2030. So that's the best data that we have to date on that. I think there will be more emerging as we move forward, especially with the sort of slow pace with the vaccinations. But those do extend out quite a bit further than 2022.
Yeah, thank you. And then for staff, SCAG staff, Tustin's appeal outlines various factors resulting from the pandemic and from job loss to losing population, also on the impacts on non-residential retail space. Upon reviewing the data and information submitted by the city of Tustin, the staff report concludes on page 1,218 that long-range employment declines are not anticipated. I have a hypothetical question. Let's assume that we have conclusive evidence that jobs would significantly decline out through 2045, and as a result of the pandemic. Can you walk us through how any significant decline in jobs would have affected the actual RHNA calculations to local jurisdictions?
Sure. So this would be dependent on the growth forecast because it's through 2045. The job access and transit access that determined existing need for jurisdictions. So this would have had to occur during the growth forecast process and any updates to that before the draft allocation went out. And because there were no further changes to that, when we used the RHNA methodology and applied that to the regional determination, that's how we got the draft allocation methodology. So while there may be emerging studies now that have various data points, at least for appeals, unless it's for a particular jurisdiction during their appeal that we can apply that to, we wouldn't be able to apply a regional study or any regional findings because, again, this affects everyone. And that would be more on the regional determination side rather than an individual appeal.
Okay, I'll hold my other comment, somebody else. And I see other hands up, so I want to be considered.
Okay, great, thank you. I see Carmen's hand first and then Cheryl's. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think that is kind of my question too. What is the, things have happened here that we didn't anticipate when we were going through the RHNA process. I am talking about the COVID. And sometimes I think, what would happen to all our plans if we had an earthquake or something which, totally shattered our economy and destroyed buildings. This COVID is not destroying buildings, but is destroying our economy. So what can we do with that? I would ask staff when things happen that on one hand we would say, oh, well, we we just don't know what's going to happen because of this. For a long time, I've been saying that office space is, it's very easy to get a very good rate on office space in Ventura County because of the vacancy rate. And I've argued many times that we should turn some of those large office buildings into residential, which would really be a very, very good use for them, because there are a lot of these very large spaces are and suitable for remodeling and are just sitting there empty, wasting space while we have people who are jammed up in different housing situations. So what is the impact of the big change in circumstances, which we hope is temporary, to our making decisions today? Ask Mayan or anyone else who could answer that.
Sure. Before last year, if you recall, there was a delay in adopting our Connect SoCal plan, and specifically it was to look at the impacts of COVID, because of course this was just when it started getting very serious, and there was 120 delay as a result to study the impacts, the conclusion was that long term, at the time of the study, there weren't any impacts. And Supervisor Ramirez, you are right that, if there was a large earthquake, heaven forbid, in the region, it could change things. But again, that's a different point in time than when these allocations were, and the methodology was adopted and when the allocations were distributed. Although I have a feeling that if an earthquake was that large, that perhaps RHNA would probably be the least of our worries at that point. Again, heaven forbid that happens. But in terms of procedure, there has to be a point where we decide on a RHNA allocation and make a recommendation on appeal. So given all the information we have right now, this is the SCAG staff recommendation.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Cheryl.
So I think that the whole COVID thing, we see, in fact, in our own agenda packet, what a rapidly changing situation it is. If we look at the bottom of page 1263, it talks about there not being a COVID vaccine available. We know that has changed. So in my mind, the whole evolution of the COVID pandemic and everything else, we can't place a whole lot of weight as a significant long-term planning factor, because I'm not even sure we're going to know what happens by the end of next month, let alone the end of next year or the end of this RHNA planning period. So for me, COVID is, absolutely has upended all of us. Is that going to exist out through, and should it have implications through 2045? I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments from our board?
Margaret, I'm back. Sorry, thank you for taking over.
Okay,
but I may have to ask your help in a little bit. I just have a quick question. I was reading in the report, and maybe in this one, maybe another one. My brain is a little bit fogged up, but about existing need, because there was a reference to existing needs, and I'm trying to figure out the numbers, and it's just for me to clarify in my head. We had the HCD saying that there was over 500,000 in existing needs, but then in another part of the report, there was SCAG had it at 836,000. So which one are we using when we're doing the existing needs here?
Actually, if I can clarify, Chair Wong, HCD didn't actually give us any existing need versus projected need. They gave us a regional determination, said it represents both. Numerically, I believe it was about 800,000 just from growth that we assigned, and then about 500,000 that was based on existing need. Our methodology treats them separately, but HCD did not.
Thanks. I guess I must have misread then. Okay, thank you. Wendy, you have a question?
Yeah, just one final remark / question. So the staff report states in this report, as in many of the prior appeal reports, that RHNA is not a building quota, a Jurisdiction is required to plan and zone for housing need and is not required to finance or otherwise develop units directly, which we know that's noted on page 1217. So while not germane to this particular appeals request, I do want to ask a follow-up question, since this reference to RHNA not being a building quota was included in this staff report. All throughout these appeal hearings, we've really heard about cities that say they'll be challenged to be able to find enough sites to build their RHNA, especially due to the starting point of the 1.34 million units that came down from the state. Can staff clarify on the penalties a local jurisdiction would face if it cannot find enough sites to house its RHNA and therefore cannot achieve a compliant housing element? And then I would ask Chair Wong after that you remarked about governor's plans to make local jurisdictions accountable. As a follow-up, I'd like to hear about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bucknam. For the consequences of not meeting your RHNA, the bare minimum is the housing element you have to accommodate through sites and zoning. And while we say RHNA is not a building quota, it's because currently state law doesn't have anything that says if you don't build X units, then you will be penalized. The disqualifications for a grant, for instance, are dependent on a compliant housing element. So that's through the zoning analysis. There are things such as SB 35, which does require, in a nutshell, it basically requires that a jurisdiction, they are required to zone for units. And then if they haven't permitted enough units, then they are required to have by right zoning available if the developer or the project applicant wants to apply that, but the project itself has to qualify. So the project has to have prevailing wage, it has to have various circumstances, so it doesn't necessarily qualify in all instances. So, and it also is dependent on the zoning availability from the jurisdiction. So again, it's not quite, all it does is remove a barrier rather than have a penalty on the jurisdiction for not building. And so that's why we don't see RHNA as a building quota. It's just a minimum of siting and zoning to accommodate housing need. And I'm sorry if I can just go back. Mayor Wong, you had asked about existing projected need. I mixed up my numbers, my apologies. Existing need, according to our methodology, is about 800,000, and then projected need is about 500,000. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Thank you. And it's probably, I misread it. There was so much reading and I made a note of it. And so I want to get that clarified. Wendy, you wanted me to address the whole RHNA accountability. I mean, I think if you haven't been paying attention, it was part of the governor's statement when he announced the budget that there is $4.3 million that's being set aside to make sure that, to watch council meetings, planning commission meetings, and board of supervisor meetings to ensure that we are following all housing laws. And separately, both Assemblyman Chu and Senator Wiener put out a statement, separate press releases, and I can't remember which one that specifically said, this will make sure that cities build houses. And I cracked up because we don't build houses, we don't. So somehow they're putting this together. Plus, if you remember last year, I believe it was February or March, whenever that was, we were all sitting on pins and needles, not just because of COVID, but the governor also said that he was going to tie transportation dollars to RHNA production. That was taken off in June, but all indication is it's coming back to haunt us on that. So I think this is where we're kind of saying jurisdictions, we're here telling them you should plan for it. But a part of me is almost ready to say, no, guess what? SCAG and again, I'll repeat this, do not shoot the messengers. We're just the messengers here at the MPOs. This is not SCAG's fault or anybody's fault. I mean, go yell at the guy, in Sacramento, but we're at a point where RHNA is no longer a planning exercise. It is a directive from HCD to build. And, you know, I think that this is where I would say all member jurisdictions to work with SCAG, and we need to collectively come together and advocate on behalf of our cities on these issues, because it's no longer a planning document. I think if you press each one of us, we are here on behalf of our member jurisdictions. We just, unfortunately, instead of Sacramento coming down to give you the bad news, they sent to us. And then we become the face of HCD when we're not. But that's the difficulty. But definitely, I think we, you know, Mayan is right. I mean, it's right now, it is a planning document. But at the same time, what's going on in Sacramento is it is now a building quota. So I hopefully I answer your questions on that. But I think Mayor Robertson put out a good point. Why not give us the $4.3 million allocated and all the money that's supposed to go to this unit every single year? Why not give it to us so we can help, we can build, rather than watching our very exciting council meetings, you know? That's how I feel. But with that, I mean, in the interest of time, do we have any more discussion on this matter, or we can move on to a motion? Any motion?
For the matters previously stated and evaluated in prior appeals, I'm going to make a motion to deny the appeal.
Second, Finley, Los Angeles.
All right, Imperial made the motion and Los Angeles second. Maggie, please take roll.
Representing Imperial County, Cheryl Villegas Walker.
Yes.
Representing Los Angeles County, Margaret Finley.
Yes.
Representing Orange County, Wendy Bucknam.
No, I think they have a unique situation because of the former base. Thank you.
Representing Riverside County, Ray Santos.
Yes.
Representing San Bernardino County, Larry McCallan.
Yes.
Representing Ventura County, Carmen Ramirez.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes with 5 votes yes, 1 vote no, 0 abstentions.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Tustin. And we understand your challenge. But unfortunately, our hands are tied. Next up is, I think, the city of Garden Grove, correct? Oh, no, Newport Beach. I'm sorry. Why am I thinking Garden Grove? Jaime, I see your face.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Jaime Murillo, the principal planner of the city of Newport Beach. So I do have a PowerPoint I'd like to share. So let me get that going. Okay, can you see that okay? Thank you. All right. So before I begin, I just want to reiterate from the public comments I made last Thursday is just emphasize the city's commitment to the development of housing. And, you know, we take our role to plan for future housing growth very seriously. And despite our low RHNA of 5 units in this current housing cycle, we have permitted over 1,700 new units in this cycle, including 95 lower income units. And we also have 700 units in the pipeline, rental units, which would include 100 more, approximately 100 more lower income units. And so the city takes this responsibility very seriously. However, our issue is with this draft RHNA allocation that allocates 93% of our RHNA, approximately 4,500 units, solely based on 2 factors. And those factors are transit and jobs. But it doesn't take into account the local input we've provided to SCAG throughout this entire process. And most importantly, it doesn't account for jurisdictional environmental constraints that we have. Newport Beach is unique in that not only do we have a shoreline, we also have one of the largest harbors and the Upper Newport Bay Ecological Preserve. And as a result, over 63% of our city is located in the coastal zone. And so what that means is 63% of the city, we don't have final land use authority. That falls with the California Coastal Commission. And that's really important because the Coastal Commission is not subject to RHNA and they're not subject to housing element law. And in fact, they're guided by a different set of principles focused on coastal access and resource protection. And those are all good things, but that oftentimes conflicts with the goals of housing development. And in Newport Beach, that's significant in that the only vacant property we have is in the coastal zone. And also a lot of the underutilized properties that might be ripe for redevelopment are also in the coastal zone. So I have just two examples of how the Coastal Commission impacts our ability to develop housing. And so this is a slide of Banning Ranch. As you can see, it's a large property, it's 400 acres, surrounded by urban development, and it's currently used for oil production, and it's not accessible by the public. The developer was going to clean up the property, make it open for public access, and develop a portion of it for approximately 1,300 residential units with a percentage of 15% for affordable housing. And so that's a significant dent that could have been made to our RHNA and the region's RHNA. Unfortunately, the Coastal Commission denied that project. And so this is off the table. And that's not the one example. There's several examples. And this is an example of an underutilized site in the coastal zone. It was zoned for commercial development and used as a parking lot and RV storage.
My hand's left.
The property owner was going to develop this for mixed use with 49 units. This ultimately was approved. However, through Coastal Commission conditions and competing interests, this has effectively been rendered infeasible by requiring a minimum commercial component. So that's off the table. And we have a number of other regulatory constraints. And so given that we have to plan for future sea level rise and flooding, that removes a lot of properties from our inventory. We are located near the airport, and so we do have properties that are ripe for redevelopment. However, due to airport noise and safety restrictions, those are precluded from development. Obviously, federally and state protected open space is off limits. We also have high fire severity zones. When you put that all together, over 50% of the parcels in our city are precluded from development. And that leaves a very small limited pool of eligible sites that we can focus on. And despite this being a planning exercise, there's real consequences. And now with new strengthened housing element law, rezoning is not enough. HCD is saying in order for us to count sites in our housing element, we have to show substantial evidence that existing parcels are ripe for redevelopment in the next 8 years. So we can't count our performing properties or long-term leases, which, in this photo, this represents a lot of the properties we're looking at in the city. And so, our appeal is really based upon, this impossible task we've been given. SCAG is saying that we need to only zone for our RHNA, but it's really zoning for 30 years of growth in a short 8-year cycle. And then HCD is saying that, rezoning is not enough. You now have to prove that these sites are real and can be developed in the next 8 years. And if not, there's consequences now to not having a housing element certified. And when you compile that with, restrictions we have with the California Coastal Commission and our number of other regulatory constraints and the smaller pool of sites.
5 minutes.
Thank you, I'll wrap it up. So basically our appeal is, what we're asking for is the appeals board approve our appeal to at least recognize that we don't have the ability to take on the entire draft RHNA allocation based on solely those transit and job accessibility criteria, and that there's really more to it. But this summarizes our appeal. We have submitted a very detailed appeal request letter, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Jaime. Staff, is this going to be you, Mayan, or Karen is back?
It's me. Roland's back.
Roland's back. Hey, hello.
hello. Okay, I'll make this quick so we can have a robust discussion. So on the jobs balance issue, again, I don't know if Newport Beach was in previous meetings, but again, the jobs balance issue is it doesn't account for jobs just within their own jurisdiction. It accounts for neighboring jobs as well that is easily accessible within a 30-minute commute. So neighboring cities such as like Irvine, Tustin, Costa Mesa, those are also jobs that are considered from the city of Newport side, which is why there's allocation attributed to that as well. On lands protected by federal and state programs and lands located within coastal areas, It's our opinion that lands protected by federal and state programs have already been accounted for prior to the local input submitted to SCAG. In March 2018, the city provided and specifically included data on coastal inundations, sea level rise, protected natural lands, and flood hazard zones. Similar information was received through Newport Beach's local planning factor survey. While maps were not explicitly provided for fire hazard, seismic hazard, and airport noise, the local input process provided Newport Beach with ample opportunities to make changes based on any additional constraint. On October 1st of 2018, the city submitted its input along with requests for minor updates to various land use codes, revisions to several data layers related to transportation. And however, the appeal does not provide any evidence that these constraints have changed since the city's local input was provided. Further, the presence of protected open space and other constrained areas alone does not reduce housing need, nor does it preclude a jurisdiction from accommodating its housing need elsewhere. Specifically, the government code says that the Council of Governments may not limit its consideration of suitable housing sites or land suitable for urban development to existing zoning ordinances, land use restrictions of a locality, but shall consider the potential for increased residential development under alternative zoning ordinances and land use restrictions. Further, the Coastal Commission Executive Director Jack Ainsworth also said that while there are some constraints in the coastal zone, that does not mean that there are not areas within the coastal zone where significant increases in housing density are possible. Further, the California Coastal Act encourages the protection of housing opportunities for individuals of low and moderate incomes, encourages the minimization of vehicle miles traveled, and have actually provided guidance on housing strategies such as the implementation of ADUs. It's our opinion that Newport Beach has not provided evidence that it cannot plan for its assigned draft arena allocation, and in other areas that may be of risk of fire, seismic, or areas outside of the coastal zone. And so that concludes my quick presentation, and we can open it up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Jaime, where are you? Oh, Jaime, rebuttal.
I'm here. Yes, thank you. So the issue about, that these local constraints are already factored, in the second slide I showed, of our total RHNA, 93%, whatever that number was I provided, doesn't take into account these constraints at all whatsoever. It's solely based on jobs and transit, and and based on Roland's comments, it includes jobs from other jurisdictions, but it doesn't take into account how we can accommodate that additional RHNA, taking into account our constraints and these regulatory considerations. So, a very small part of our RHNA was taken into account these constraints. Let me see. So regarding the comment about how, this RHNA exercise, we're not constrained to our existing rules, and that's true. We understand that fully. Our point is this RHNA doesn't apply to the California Coastal Commission. We don't have authority to supersede their authority to rezone sites. And so this is an important factor that does need to be considered, is other regulatory constraints on our city should be something factored into this process. And regarding, Jack Ainsworth's comments about how they are open to housing, I think we've provided 2 examples. We have several more examples of concrete evidence that shows residential development is not a priority. In fact, they've denied a very significant housing opportunity in the city. So, we have submitted evidence to the contrary. With respect to ADUs, as other cities have commented, we will likely only be able to take credit for a very small amount of ADUs based on prior production, prior to the law taking effect. And so, we might be lucky to take credit for 300 ADUs in the next planning cycle, but that's still, over 4,500 units that we would still need to find alternative sites for. I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Jaime. Margaret, see
Yeah.
your hand is up.
Yeah, and this is something for Jaime or frankly anybody else. Who determines the minimum size of an ADU? Is that the city?
So state law allows for very small ADUs, up to 150 square feet now. So we're not really allowed to limit the minimum size of an ADU. We can limit the maximum size.
Okay, and I think that's actually what we have done in our city, is limit the maximum size. Is that, and I know this probably doesn't sound real good, but is that a way to help with this issue, is to encourage building ADUs, maybe even to the point of offering some sort of economic incentives for people to build a 150 square foot ADU, so it can help meet some of these housing needs.
Definitely, in Newport Beach, I think we're one of the first cities to actually adopt the new ADU ordinance when the laws passed. And it is something we have are starting to embrace, and we're looking through our housing element update policies to further promote the development of ADUs, including kind of a possibility to permit illegal units that are prevalent throughout the city. And so there's opportunities. However, in order for us to count ADUs as a significant program to meet our RHNA, HCD has set very clear rules for how we can count ADUs. And it's not based on what we think we can produce. They're asking us to look back and say, hey, what have you produced? And the laws just changed. This is all new. And so we don't really see ADUs as a significant way to meet our RHNA. We are going to encourage them, and they will meet our RHNA on the back end, but we don't see this as the solution to our problem here.
Okay, thank you.
And Jaime brought up a really good point, because that was something that I've been kind of, stuck in my mind, because we're kind of thinking of ADU being kind of this saving grace, but yet it's not, because it's based on what did you produce in the past. So if you're a jurisdiction that didn't do many, produce a lot of ADUs, or just change your law and have zero or very little, then, and you're hit with this large RHNA number, I think Kevin mentioned we have a calculator on our website. If you put all that in, you're not going to get much. So I am not really sure where upzoning ADUs, I mean, unless you do inclusionary at 100%, I guess, maybe, I think it's going to be a huge challenge. Okay, sorry, I made my comment. Wendy.
Thank you. And, I think it seems like at every turn where the tools that we might have available to us are being ripped out from underneath us to actually produce the lower cost housing units, and that includes ADUs. And this is going to be a big issue for people that are cities that are built out where the housing is on big lots, so there's plenty of room for an ADU, and yet that's not going to count towards your housing, and that's a state decision, and shame on them, frankly, because it can actually solve the issue. So I don't understand the thought process there. Anyways, just so ridiculous. Again, common sense. Where is it today? And in Sacramento, I don't know. Okay, so I clearly there's again, the disconnect between the SCS and RHNA has been raised by so many people. I do want to say Newport Beach has proven that the Coastal Commission can unilaterally not approve a project. They've just proven it. So they actually provided the proof. The Coastal Commission didn't provide us proof that they approved stuff. So the proof is what Newport Beach provided to us, in my opinion. So I don't care what the Coastal Commission said, just watch what they do. Because I've seen this over and over again in cities along the coast. And here a city tries to do something and they can't. They were building a huge amount of units that had affordable and couldn't do it. And anyway, so something has to be done by the state to take this power and abuse away from these entities, and frankly, lawsuit abuse as well that happens. That's what some other notes I wrote here. I want to understand, based on the proof that was given, why because I believe there's proof there, why it's not considered proof to be used in contesting it. Newport Beach can't contest its RHNA. I would like to know exactly what was missed, because I'm starting to feel like no matter what these folks provide as proof, that's not the proof that we need. And oh, by the way, you're telling them now, when it would have been great to give these folks guidance when they're asking, when you're going to do an appeal, please provide X, Y, and Z documents on these, in these areas. That isn't being done. Is that true? Jaime, is that true?
Yes, I mean, we believe we've provided input from day one through the local input process, through the RHNA methodology hearings. We've submitted multiple letters, which have all been attached to our appeal. And then we have, the example of Benny Ranch in our actual appeal request as well.
Okay. So I would like to know from staff, what proof is missing in their appeal?
I guess I can take this one. So what we're looking for, the city has provided constraints, analysis constraints in coastal zones. However, we haven't really received conclusive evidence that they cannot accommodate their RHNA allocation within the non-coastal areas. They do identify some constraints in these areas, but it's not supporting of the entire reduction that they're asking for. We do acknowledge that perhaps ADUs are not the silver bullet. However, they are a solution in what HCD has provided as different strategies in their published guidebook online.
Wendy, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, I asked the question, kind of knowing that there wasn't really an answer. I mean, I know staff's doing the best they can. That's not a criticism. I know your hands are tied by some constraints. So please take that as frustration with that, not with staff, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. I think, I think staff is put in a very difficult role. They can only advise, they cannot advocate. And, I haven't been in their shoes before as a staffer in other agencies. Sometimes when people ask us, we can't advocate. We probably know the roadmap to get there, but if we were to cross that line, then you'll be accused of advocating for one jurisdiction. So it's a very fine line. But I think it's more of perhaps as part of our discussion for the future RHNA hearing is sort of give people a better roadmap on getting there, so that we, the regional council, we're actually the ones that's providing the roadmap, rather than having the burden put on staff, so that it doesn't look like they're advocating for a particular jurisdiction. I think that's where we are. And those are, and I share your frustration a lot of time for this. Cheryl, your hand is up.
Yeah, this is a little off topic, although it may come back under consideration when we look at process improvements, next steps on our list of things that we want to talk with HCD about. On page 1278, there's a reference that the city makes to IBAG, the Association of Bay Area Governments, that in their draft RHNA methodology, there's a 10% adjustment factor to provide accommodation of hazards. And I know that several of our jurisdictions have raised issues, whether it's a dam or earthquakes or wildfires or something else. There's plenty of folks that can identify existing hazards. And if we cannot get some kind of a modification, then maybe that's something that we need to look to add in the next methodology. But that leads to my question, which is this, and doesn't need to be answered now, but do we look at other COG methodologies when we formulate our methodology and identify things that are maybe consistent or inconsistent with regard to other COGs and the way they go about allocating, or not allocating, but with regard to specifically to their methodology?
I can take that one. So each methodology is different depending on the cycle and it's whatever the regional council decides to adopt for the methodology. So for ABAG, they're actually after SCAG in the cycle. So SANDAG was the first one, and then SCAG, and then I believe ABAG is next. And SACOG is more or less concurrent with us. So we did actually look at different factors from the last cycle adopted by ABAG. And this is one of the reasons job access was included, is because they considered employment data, which is a departure from what we did for the fifth cycle, which only looked at projected household growth as identified from local input. But we can, of course, look for the seventh RHNA cycle, if you will. We can consider all of these factors. I have a running list. We may have to check back with you because there may be some we've missed, but we'll definitely take a look for the next cycle.
I think that the difficulty is, I think maybe I don't recall like having discussion at the subcommittee level about specific hazards, but I think that's why we thought maybe, you know, in hindsight, it's not correct, but, you know, maybe the constraints, you know, word would kind of encompass all of this, but it looks like it's not enough to address the specific needs of each jurisdiction. Carmen?
I wanted to say about staff's role is it just really reminds me of my 10 years on Oxnard City Council, because, you know, planning staff have all this expertise and information, and perhaps they would like to advocate one way or the other, but they really, that's not their role. It's just to tell us the situation. So I respect that and feel for them, but I know sometimes at council we would want to just dispense with those annoying rules and requirements, and I did feel like that's a situation we're in here, and I really sense the frustration of my colleagues up here, but if we do that, we just kind of upset the whole apple cart. But I wanted to know if we have just a moment of information about what's going on with the other regions in California. Are there similar appeals boards like ours, or whatever we call appeals commissions, so equally frustrated and upset and feeling bad because we have to tell the cities, you know, I'm sorry, we can't help you? Is that, Cheryl, looks like you know something.
So I've talked to some folks with regard to ABAG, and if we have a dumpster fire going on here, they've got kind of like a dumpster fire on top of a dumpster fire on top of a dumpster fire, and some of the allocation methodology, particularly around the area of social justice and equity, has really caused some deep divides among the electeds. I'll put it that way. And Mayan or anyone else, if you want to comment with regard to other jurisdictions that you've dealt with or feedback.
Not for feedback, but I believe there are only 4 appeals in SANDAG and none in SACOG. We have over 50 filed here. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Margaret?
I won't take up much time on this, but this process started a couple of years ago, and as a regional council, we voted to give a certain number, send it up to Sacramento, if I'm remembering all of this correctly. And it was not the number that the staff recommended that we send up there. It was significantly lower. It was sent up to Sacramento. So obviously they came back with something that was beyond belief. But my question here is, it seems to me that's where all of this has to start, is getting them to understand these numbers are just, they're just unreasonable. And no matter what kind of methodology you have, you're the only one that I've seen that's really just out of whack was Santa Ana. And it seems like they could have and wanted to accept more units. But how do we get to HCD? Because they're the numbers people. How do we get to them? Rhetorical question, kind of ahead of time, and explain all of this so that we don't have to deal with this. Granted, we're going to have to come up with a methodology, but a methodology for half the number of units that we got is a lot more palatable than what we did get. So it just seems like, you know, we're on the tail end of this thing, and we're just kind of, it's like we're batting cleanup, and we're going to strike out. And that's kind of like, I feel like what we've done. Thank you.
Carmen, you have a question? Or no? Oh, okay. Well, I won't venture into other things about the number, but we can talk about it at regional council soon, hopefully, Margaret, because I think that's why we need to have that conversation. I think that comments from this committee member will be very important in that conversation. I think our colleagues would need to understand the perspective and what we're looking at now with the number that we got, and learn from mistakes in the past. I wanted to just sort of clarifying this, that did two things. One is what I should say, Jaime brought forth the banning project, which is something that I've been like telling everybody at SCAG about for the last 2 years, like Exhibit A, a city that, you know, had to beat back everybody, the environmentalists and their own residents, and say, here's the project with affordable, and they finally got it through, and Coastal Commission just said, oh, too bad, goodbye. So I thought HCD's lack of appreciation for that was kind of, it really a concern to me, because I knew this would come up, and it's here with Huntington Beach and Newport Beach. I wanted to know, when we were having discussions about these numbers, because something that you said, I forgot who now, in terms of the existing needs, the overcrowding and cost burden, did we ever get any indication from HCD how they were going to use that factor in terms of their actual number allocations, or that was never conveyed to us, and we, SCAG, came up with the number of for the cost burden and overcrowding?
I can take a stab at that. So the regional determination process, the actual process is HED consults with SCAG and the Department of Finance, DOF. And then we provide data sets, especially our growth projections, and then things such as overcrowding, cost burdened, I think why the number was so high this particular cycle was because of how HCD applied the overcrowding and cost burden factors. So while those numbers or the data sources, I don't believe they're completely in dispute. There were some, which year you should use, what is a comparable region. There was one, I believe, one percentage we believe was too high, and I believe that was the overcrowding. But it's the HCD's prerogative to determine which data source they'll use, as long as it's according to state law, and then, of course, how it's applied. And so that determination was made by HCD. So SCAG did provide what we thought was best, but whether or not HCD agreed with us was up to HCD.
Did they tell us what that number was going to be?
I believe they provided line items of what they were going to do, like a draft. And I believe we did have some discussion at the RHNA subcommittee about different data sources. I don't have that in front of me to quote what the numbers are, but the final determination does include line items for each of those factors.
Okay. I think, and that's something that we need to bear in mind is that, you know, a lot of these numbers, I don't even think that HCD can really, with a straight face, can support these numbers as we go through all of this. Yeah, if you could let me know, I appreciate it. It was just something that I remember reading all this again this weekend, and it just really drove me nuts. And I think the other thing is when we were talking about constraints, and I don't know how this is going to be, when staff look at constraints, and you were saying you already know the constraints, are we only looking at, for the airport, I'm thinking airport, are we only looking at airport as in like the area, what they consider a safety zone, or do we even consider the ability for the jurisdiction to build in terms of height? Airport, and you know, and the thing about John Wayne Airport is it's not like Hemet, and not with all due respect to Hemet, but Hemet is like an executive airport. John Wayne is a regional airport moving millions of people every single day, and they have height restrictions and you know, barriers, safety zone restrictions that you don't see in executive airport. Are those things taken into consideration?
We take into consideration the local input process during the growth forecast. When we collect that information, it's whatever the city provides, and we presume that they do consider general plan growth constraints when providing that forecast. And then during the local input process, again, it's whatever the jurisdiction provides in their survey. So it is dependent on, it's up to the jurisdiction what information they'd like to provide.
But my problem with that is that we also at the same time have been in, you know, saying, thanks for your local input, but we're going to ignore it, or we don't take much consideration into it because you know, we're going to look at all these other factors, the overcrowding, the cost burden, the job, the transit, all those things that are not in the local input process. And then we tend to favor those factors. I think I'm just having a hard time, especially with something like Newport Beach, where I know that, you know, the restrictions of federal aviation, FFA's restrictions on a regional airport like John Wayne is different from everything else. I mean, it's incredible, and too bad we don't have past President Wapner here who can give us even more details. But with those constraints, I'm having a hard time telling Newport Beach, well, you know, we consider your local input, when it really, you know, for a lot of the, when I look at staff reports, we're really looking at other factors and not taking into that constraint that they have. That is, to me, it's unique because of the fact it's a regional airport that provides, you know, transportation.
Sure. At least during the local input survey, so while there have been constraints identified, the presence of a constraint doesn't necessarily equate as needing a reduction for a draft RHNA allocation. And our reasoning for this is because while the jurisdiction has identified where they cannot accommodate, they still need to prove where they can accommodate. For example, where there is residential zoning or infill opportunities, ADU just as one strategy, but there are many different strategies. And so we encourage jurisdictions not to focus on where they can't due to these various constraints, but rather to focus on where they can develop.
I feel like they have in saying, this is what I have, this is what we have left. And this is how much we can build. And if you are along the flight path on the 55 freeway, which is the flight path for John Wayne, for those of you who are not familiar with flight path for John Wayne, it is the 91 freeway corridor. So they use the 91 east and west and the 55 as the flight path for coming into John Wayne. All those things are restricted by FFA on height, a lot of different things. And so I just feel like Newport Beach now, their ability to build is an upzone is so small because of that flight path. Anyways, that's where I am. Larry, you have your hand up.
I just wanted to say, City of Highland, we're right next to the San Bernardino International Airport, and they always have these height restrictions, and we've taken that into account in our general plan and in our housing elements. So we do take that into account when we're planning and submitting data to SCAG.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. It's always good to have someone who knows a specific subject matter. I don't see any more hands up for questions or even comments. So if there's nothing else further, I will entertain a motion from members of the board.
Move to deny the appeal.
Okay, from San Bernardino, we have a motion to deny. And do I have a second?
Second, Imperial.
Second by Imperial. Maggie, if you can take roll.
Representing Imperial County, Cheryl Villegas Walker.
Yes.
Representing Los Angeles County, Margaret Finley.
Very regrettably, yes.
Representing Orange County, Wendy Bucknam.
No.
Representing Riverside County, Ray Santos.
Yes.
Representing San Bernardino County, Larry McCallan.
Yes.
Representing Ventura County, Carmen Ramirez.
Yes, sorry, Jaime.
Madam Chair, the motion passes with 5 votes yes, 1 vote no, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much for your patience, and I apologize for going over today. We will reconvene on the 22nd.
Don't we have Huntington Beach?
Wait, is Huntington Beach today? I thought.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. Sorry.
If you can be available on Monday, the 25th, but we will continue we will re-adjourn on the 22nd for our next set. And again, that day we will have 8 jurisdictions because we had to continue January, or 9 jurisdictions because we had to continue our meeting from Friday afternoon. So be prepared for that. So thank you so much all for your patience and great discussion today. And thank you staff always for your very, very hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you.